Chapter 394. How dare you treat me like this? I'm not done with you, and you still dare to go to the hidden city. Prepare to die. The lady in red struggled to fly up in the water, but she was sneakily attacked by Poirot again. She was smashed into the water again, and she was touched by him a few times. After a few times, she simply stayed in the water and cursed. Her leather armor was soaked in the water, and the two snow-white mounds on her chest were even more terrifying. This was a feast for Poirot's eyes, and she had even more fun. Poirot vaguely knew about Yi Qinghan's identity and strength. It was rare for her to have a chance to bully others and play with the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's elder. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Meanwhile, the other six were getting more intimate with the group of ladies. Ladies kept climbing onto the boat, but before they could do anything, a black hand appeared on their buttocks and slapped them down. At the same time, the black hand didn't forget to take advantage of them, making them cry out in anger. Change of plans. Let's go to the big city in front to buy some stuff and hire a guide. We'll leave immediately. This matter will be quite troublesome. Let Poirot and the rest come back. The boat broke through the waves and advanced slowly. Yi Qinghan didn't want to cause trouble, so he turned his head and spoke to Poirot. This time, he wasn't here to play. Since he beat up the granddaughter of an elder, wouldn't he be waiting for trouble if he stayed on the hidden island for a few more days? Poirot originally wanted to go to the hidden island to have some fun. With Yi Qinghan around, she wasn't afraid of anything happening. But since Yi Qinghan had spoken, she couldn't say anything more. She directly transmitted a message to Poirot and asked them to come back. The boat started to speed up and left the small boats far behind. An hour later, the big city in front was already in sight. Meanwhile, there were more and more boats nearby. When they got close to the port, Yi Qinghan's boat was already submerged in all kinds of big and small boats. So lively. The few of them stood on the deck. Yi Qinghan and Poirot wore their bamboo hats, while Yu Qingqing and the rest wore their veils. They started to size up this big city in the sea. From Poirot, they found out that this was the biggest city in the hidden island. The hidden island's hidden pavilion was located on a high mountain outside the city. Because the hidden island's island lord had established the hidden pavilion outside the hidden city had slowly become bigger and more prosperous. Finally, it had become the largest city of the hidden island. Those people are so scary. Are they monsters? At this moment, Ru Yen, who had rarely spoken, suddenly reached out her hand and pointed at the endless stream of pedestrians on the pier. She pulled at her flowery robe and cried out in alarm. On the other hand, Yi Qingguo and the others were enjoying the foreign scenery with interest. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Don't be afraid. The human race, barbarian race, and demon race live together on the hidden island. Because the hidden island's island master is a human, the human race is slightly more powerful. The one with the tail and the one with the hair are from the demon race, and the giant over there is from the barbarian race. Don't be afraid, they just look scary, they're not powerful at all. Back then, I killed many demons and barbarians. Poirot forgot that Ru Yen had never seen the demon race and barbarian race before. She was frightened by their terrifying appearance. Seeing that Ru Yen still didn't believe her, she pulled Yi Qinghan and said, "You really don't have to be afraid. Young Master Han killed at least hundreds of barbarians and demons on the Netherworld Island. He even killed the son of the demon race's Saint Venerable. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qingqing and the others." Ru Yan had never practiced martial arts before. She was used to hearing the rumors of the barbarian race eating raw human flesh and the demon race sucking human blood. At this moment, it was the first time she saw such ferocious and terrifying appearances of the demon race and barbarian race. She was indeed frightened. After Poirot and Yu Qingqing comforted her for a while, she slowly regained her calmness. However, she didn't dare to get off the boat no matter how they persuaded her. Okay, Huaro, you and Ru Yen stay on the boat. The three of us will go for a stroll and buy some stuff. We'll also hire a guide. Once we return, we'll go straight to the Purple Island. If there's anything, just release the signal flare. Yi Qinghan saw that Ru Yen was like this, and then he saw that Yi Qingwu and the others were full of interest. He could only instruct Huaro and the others to stay behind to protect the two of them. He only brought along a secret guard who was familiar with the hidden city and disembarked the boat with the three ladies. They walked into the city. Divine City, Immortal Slaying Pavilion. The God-slaying guard looked at the three divine guards sitting opposite him with some distress. Recently, because of the Divine Master's special hobby, young men and women kept disappearing in the Divine City. This had already caused a great panic in the Divine City. A few dozen people disappearing might be a small matter, but when there were close to 1,000 people disappearing continuously, it would naturally cause suspicion and panic in all the residents of the Divine City. The Immortal Slaying Pavilion and the other three pavilions had to accept complaints from countless people every day, and there were even more residents who started to use all kinds of reasons to escape the Divine City. My lord, we have to think of a solution. If this goes on, we won't be able to suppress it anymore. There will definitely be a large-scale riot in the city, and by then, everyone in the city will run away. The God-slaying guard panted heavily with his garlic nose. He was in charge of enforcing the law in the Divine City, and there were many people who went to him to beat the drum and complain about their grievances. This gave him a headache, and he had no choice but to summon the other two god positions to the God-slaying guard to discuss a solution. What solution can there be? If we don't send them over, what if the Divine Master flies into a rage? We have to suppress it even if we can't. God-slaying guard, from tomorrow onwards, if the Divine Master still wants people, capture their entire family and throw them into the God's prison. If anyone dares to create trouble, capture them as well. Mobilize all the secret guards and capture those who spread rumors. Seal the city gates. In the future, only people can enter and not leave. The God-slaying guard laughed bitterly. There was no other way. The Divine Master had said that if he didn't send them over, the four of them would do it. Anyway, as long as the Divine Master didn't recover, he planned to continue capturing people. It didn't matter even if the Divine City collapsed. As long as the Divine Master recovered, he could use his strength to build another one. This, sigh. The God-slaying guard, God-burning guard, and God-slaying guard looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. If this carried on, the Divine City would collapse sooner or later. By then, only the Divine Master and the four of them would be left, and they would have to do it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. At this moment, a horrifying laughter suddenly sounded from the Immortal Slaying Pavilion, giving the four of them a shock. After being stunned for a moment, the four of them immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted at the same time, "Greetings to the Divine Master." Tisk, tsk, tsk. I remember that a few days ago, you said that there was news of the Divine Sword. The Divine Master's voice seemed to have become much sharper after that stimulation, causing the four of them to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. It was as though they heard metal tools rubbing against each other, causing their bodies to shiver. Yes, Divine Master. The four of their eyes lit up. The Divine Master seemed to have recovered from the situation. The God-slaying guard quickly bowed and shouted in a deep voice, "According to the news from a soul slave, I have basically confirmed that the Divine Sword is with the young clan head of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. Of course, there is a small possibility that it is with Yi Ruoxue. Moreover, Qianjun has confirmed that he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Divine Master, please help me." Tsk, tsk, tsk. Yi Qinghan. The Divine Master laughed and fell silent. He seemed to be recalling something. After a while, he sent a voice transmission, the Yi Ching Han who owns the soul-devouring beast. TSK, 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 I seem to have heard that this Yi Ching Han is a handsome young man. This seems to be the case. The four of them looked embarrassed. This divine master didn't seem to have recovered fully. The god-slaying guard suddenly thought of something and reminded, Divine Master, this Yi Ching Han is related to that old thing from the dark forest. Do you think we should consider this matter at length? Old thing. TSK, TSK, TSK. The old thing doesn't dare to kill me. I have already contacted the family. Once I die, the family will know. The old thing will be hunted down by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team. So what if she is a god emperor? Once she is targeted by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team, she will be dead. Alright, I will take action. Wait for my good news at night. Divine Master 2 sent a cold voice transmission. He was laughing maniacally at one moment and resentful at the next. He was like a lunatic. Just when the four of them were wondering why the Divine Master said to wait for the good news at night, Divine Master 2 sent another voice transmission. Send 10 men to me now. TSK, TSK, TSK. They are all dead again. This is so boring. Chapter 395. Yi Ching Han led the three of them into the city while enjoying the sea breeze. He was enjoying the unique architecture of the hidden city and the unique dressing of the pedestrians on the road. The buildings of the hidden city were mainly wooden houses made of a kind of black ironwood that was resistant to moisture, cold, and corrosion. Moreover, they weren't tall, only one story at most. The roofs were pointed, and the doors weren't like the ones in the Flame Dragon continent, which were pushed outward or inward. Instead, they moved to both sides and had wooden floors inside. The clothes of the pedestrians on the road were mainly fancy. Their robes were very wide, their hair was in a bun, and their foreheads were very smooth. They wore wooden shoes that made a d-d sound as they walked. Most of them had a long blade or a thin sword at their waist. The pedestrians on the road all had a very leisurely and lazy appearance, swaying left and right as they walked along the main road. There were people from all three races, and it was obvious that they were used to each other's existence. They walked their own way and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They were at ease, but after a while, Yi Ching Han and the others felt very uncomfortable. Because the three of them were obviously dressed like people from the Flame Dragon continent, they attracted the attention of the pedestrians on the road. But this wasn't important. What was important was that the gazes of the pedestrians on the street were filled with naked evil intentions when they looked at the three women. The red light in their eyes was very obvious and not pretentious at all. It was as if a group of hungry wolves had seen a little fat sheep. Later, when Yi Ching Han discovered that there were actually people looking at him with such gazes, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He snorted coldly and was a little angry, but he didn't make a move. He just directly stunned those who pretended to come over unintentionally. Then, he quickly left with the three of them. It wasn't that he didn't think of killing people to intimidate them, but when he thought that the whole street was like this, could he kill all of them? Brother, these people's gazes are so annoying. Yi Qingyu leaned towards Yi Ching Han, feeling very uncomfortable. She frowned and said with disgust. We bought something and will leave immediately. You can just treat them as a group of hungry wolves. Humph. This hidden island should be renamed to Sex Island. Yi Ching Han gently patted her back and comforted her. Thinking of the group of female pirates just now, he felt that this hidden island was exactly the same as a small island in his previous life that was famous for its sexual violence and perverts. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the 4 islands in the East Sea in his previous life were also inhabited by criminals exiled from ancient China? Otherwise, why would it be so chaotic? Young master, this way is the trade fair of the hidden city. You can buy anything there. The secret guard of the Hua family led the way in front. The few of them moved at a fast speed. After half an hour, they had already passed through countless streets. Finally, they turned into a street and walked into a super large courtyard house. Yi Qinghan walked in and found that it was even livelier inside, but it was clear that the layout of the building was very good. There were countless rows of buildings inside, and there was a wide street between each row. The inside of the building was the same as the outside, but there was no door between the front and back of the building. There were only a few empty pillars supporting the front and back of the building, and customers could walk through the shop. What is this? Bah, so embarrassing. The few of them looked forward. Other than the secret guard, Yi Qinghan and the others looked at the same time. Their expressions changed at the same time. Yi Qingyu was the most shy. She immediately covered her eyes with her hands and burrowed into Yi Qinghan's embrace. She didn't dare to raise her head to take another look. Even though Yu Qingqing had always been calm and collected in front of everything, she also became very unnatural at this moment. Her body started to squirm. Yi Qingwu was even more direct. She spat on the ground and shouted delicately. Then, she turned around and walked over. Your second master's island is indeed a sex island. There's actually such a thing. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's eyes were shining. He looked at the countless cages inside the row of shops in front of the street. He especially looked at the cage that was used as a signboard outside the shop. He suddenly became excited. His eyes bulged so much that they were bigger than Yi Qingyu's. This looked like a street of pets. Every shop had cages of the same color. But, the pets in the cages were all humans. They were women. Beautiful women. This wasn't important. What was important was that these women were almost all naked. They only used a few pieces of floral cloth to cover their private parts. They were like animals crawling around in the cages. There was even a chain tied around their snow-white necks. From time to time, they would lick their scarlet tongues and let out seductive moans towards the passers-by. And the customers on the street were gathered in front of these cages. They seemed to be looking at goods. They were carefully sizing them up. Occasionally, they would let out a burst of lewd laughter and occasionally stretch out their hands to pat them. Hee, this is a specialty of the Hidden Island. Sex slaves and human pets. Young master, do you want to buy a few to guard the door? When the secret guard saw Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, he secretly thought that he had led him in the right direction. He laughed mischievously and suggested in a low voice. Idiot. No. Scoundrel. Do you think this young master is that kind of person? Didn't your young master tell you that I hate this kind of thing the most? Why aren't you leading the way to buy powder and flint? And where are we going to find a guide? Let's go. This thing is too disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. When the secret guard of the Hua family said this, Yi Qinghan saw 3 gazes locked onto him at the same time. He hastily retracted his gaze. His face was solemn. He looked straight ahead and started to rebuke in a righteous manner. But in his heart, he was cursing incessantly. The subordinates of the flora and fauna were indeed idiots. If they were Yi Shisan's subordinates, they would have brought him here secretly. When the secret guard saw this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He walked forward. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look anymore. He walked past this area before he dared to open his eyes and look around. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the shops behind the human pet street were actually a row of shops that were full of equipment. There were whips, leather sheaths, hemp ropes, and oddly shaped items that resembled some kind of human organ. It was a dazzling lineup. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He called out to the 3 women and told them not to look. Then, he ran into the distance as if he was fleeing. After a while, he finally arrived at the last few rows of shops. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He saw that there were only a few rows of shops that sold daily necessities in such a large trade area. Yi Qinghan once again felt the power of this hidden island. It was no wonder that the passers-by he met on the road had eyes full of evil. It turned out that the entire island's atmosphere was like this. It seemed that some kind of special culture had been formed. In Black Tortoise City, Yi Qinghan had bought countless tools. But he had forgotten to buy flints, anti-poisonous insect powder, and some miscellaneous items for living on the island. After all, he was bringing a few delicate beauties with him. Some things had to be as detailed as possible. At the same time, the most important thing was that they all knew that the Purple Island was in the east of the Hidden Island. But no one had ever been there. It was impossible for them to trouble Old Deer to use his divine sense to scan the area and determine the direction. Then, they would continue sailing. They turned into a grocery shop. When the shop owner saw that there were guests, he came over to greet them happily. But, when he saw Yu Qingqing and the others, he immediately looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't move his eyes away. Yi Qinghan coldly snorted and directly used a body fusion technique to stun him. Then, he directly picked up the things he needed in the shop. At the same time, he asked the secret guard to go out and find a guide. They stood in the shop and waited for him. They didn't dare to go out again. Half an hour later, the secret guard hurriedly came back with a person. Obviously, they had reached an agreement. The hidden island was not too far away from the Purple Island. Moreover, the people of the hidden island had basically gone out to sea. So, it was easy to find a guide. Moreover, this time, the secret guard had learned his lesson. He didn't dare to bring a man with him. Instead, he brought a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Without any scruples about the ambiguous look that the middle-aged woman gave him, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and signaled everyone to go back. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. Of course, it was because he had brought Yu Qingqing and the others with him. Being looked at like that by his wife, he would certainly feel uncomfortable. If he had come alone, he would have been a little interested. Wow, this time, we actually bought such a good thing. Ji, you have made a great contribution. Several people's battle chi surged. The secret guard took the guide and ran quickly on the road. However, at the entrance of the trade area, they were blocked by a group of people. Moreover, Yi Qinghan also heard a familiar voice. After thinking about it, he remembered that it was the voice of the young master of the hidden island, Yin Dang. Chapter 396. It really was a small world. What a small world. Yi Qinghan shook his head. However, he remembered that this was someone else's hometown and Yin Dang liked this kind of thing. It wasn't strange to meet him here. Yi Qinghan was afraid of trouble and was about to fly back with Yu Qingqing and the others. However, they were discovered by Yin Dang's people. Their targets were too obvious. Although Yu Qingqing and the other two masked their faces, they were definitely beauties. Others didn't dare to provoke them, but the people around Yin Dang did. Waha! What a rare beauty! Voila! As soon as he shouted, the people around him immediately reacted. They were like a group of hungry dogs that had seen a few pieces of delicious meat and bones, and they immediately surrounded him. All of them stared at the three with lustful eyes. Some even pointed at them and started commenting. TSK TSK TSK, beauties from the Flaming Dragon continent. What day is it today? Why is my luck so heaven-defying? I can't not feel good tonight. Yin Dang pushed away the people around him and looked at the three of them carefully. The passion in his eyes seemed to melt the three of them. He was a veteran. He could tell that the three of them were beauties. There was only one person on the island who could compare to them. However, he didn't dare to think about it. Of course, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he probed them. After all, the man's battle aura was leaking and he couldn't sense her realm. The black-faced man behind her was the same as him. He was at the first level of the imperial realm. He must be a young master of a big family if he had an imperial realm bodyguard. Young master, don't do anything. The man with the bamboo hat is very strong. As soon as Dang finished speaking, a peak Emperor realm expert sent by his grandfather suddenly transmitted a message to him, causing his expression to change. Just as he was about to continue probing further, unexpectedly, he suddenly saw a familiar purple light up, and then he fell into an illusion. Dang, take your men and scram. Otherwise, I won't make you kneel down on the ground. I will make you sleep in the ground forever. When Dang woke up, he heard a cold voice transmission and felt a slight pain in his stomach. This shocked him greatly. After slowly examining it, he discovered that it was only a cut on his leather robe, and only a little bit of his skin was torn. He recalled the familiar voice and the bewitching purple light. Hidden Island suddenly woke up with a start. She covered her chest and retreated in horror while shouting, "It's you! It's you! Yi Qing Han! All of you, stand down!" The others were also clutching their abdomens in fear. After they woke up, they discovered that their abdomens were cut open at the same time. If the wound had gone any deeper, their cultivation would have been completely destroyed. "Young master, let's go." The expression of the old man beside Dang also changed. He was at the peak of the Emperor realm, but this person seemed to have used some kind of evil technique on him. He felt dizzy and his stomach was easily cut open. This person was so powerful that he could easily kill everyone here. It was obvious that this person was holding back. He was afraid that Dang would do something extreme and anger this person. That would be the end of him. If you provoke me again, you know the consequences. Yi Qing Han had been suppressing his anger ever since he came to the island. Now, he couldn't hold it in any longer and taught them a lesson. Seeing that the three women's expressions softened a little because of his attack, Yi Qing Han secretly cursed his bad luck. He turned around and informed the secret guard. He nodded to the three women and prepared to fly to the ship and leave the island. Swish! At this time, three people quickly flew over from the sky. This made Yi Qing Han's slightly better expression turn gloomy again. Dang, who had a gloomy expression, saw the three people flying over from the sky and his expression became complicated. Dang's subordinates subconsciously shrank their heads when they saw the three people in the sky. They seemed to be very afraid of these three people. The pedestrians in the trade area, who were ready to watch the show, quickly left in a panic when they saw the three people coming. It was as if they had seen a dreadful beast. "Greetings to eldest Miss Fei, Lord May." The three people had obviously locked onto this side and quickly landed to the side. When Dang and the others saw the three people land, they quickly stood up and bowed their heads to the three people and respectfully greeted them. The three people who came were three women. The one on the left was actually the red-clothed female pirate leader. The one in the middle was a great beauty whose appearance and figure were not inferior to Yi Qingwu. She couldn't tell how old she was. Her face looked very pure and elegant, but her eyes were full of cold arrogance. Her figure was even more fiery than the red-clothed female pirate leader. She had huge breasts, a slender waist, and a pair of straight and smooth legs. She wore a black leather skirt that was even more fiery than Yi Qingwu's fiery outfit in the past. It was shorter and a bit tighter. Her figure could be said to be the best that Yi Qing Han had ever seen. However, Yi Qing Han didn't dare to look at her for too long. After all, Yi Qingwu and the others were at his side. Instead, he looked at the person on the right with interest. This was a mature woman. She was even more mature than Yunyang from Yulu. She was even more charming. Her pair of watery eyes looked at Yi Qing Han as if they could steal his soul. However, what Yi Qing Han paid attention to was not her eyes. Instead, it was her strength. She was actually a martial saint expert. Who was this woman? She actually had a martial saint protecting her. What a grand show. Leave these 3 women behind and you can scram. Otherwise, die. The child-faced, big-breasted, coldly arrogant woman didn't even look at Yin Dang or Yi Qinghan. Instead, she coldly swept her gaze over Yu Qingqing and the others. Her words almost made Yi Qinghan choke on the saliva that he hadn't swallowed. This matter was getting more and more chaotic. Yi Qinghan looked at the woman's posture and the reactions of the people beside her. He roughly guessed that this woman was probably the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's great elder. She must have the same status as Yin Sha, or maybe even higher. Yin Dang, I don't want to cause trouble. Let Yin Sha come and see me. Yi Qinghan didn't want to make the matter bigger. He didn't pay attention to the woman. Instead, he directly said to Yin Dang. He remembered that Yin Sha owed him a favor in Barbarian City. He didn't want to provoke a group of Hidden Island's elders into a big battle. So, he could only let Yin Sha come forward to mediate. Eldest Miss, this person is the Yi Qinghan I told you about. He said that the people of Hidden Island are all idiots. Moreover, he rudely injured more than 10 of us just now. He almost crippled our cultivation. I beg Eldest Miss to uphold justice for us. Yin Dang acted as if he didn't hear Yi Qinghan's words. Instead, he slightly shrunk his head, leaned over, and complained in a low voice to this incomparably seductive woman. Pa! Useless things. What else can you do besides play with women? A group of idiots whose brains have been drilled by sperm. You've lost the face of Hidden Island. You men are all trash. When the woman heard Yin Dang's words, her complexion became even colder. She directly raised her hand and heavily slapped Yin Dang's face. The slap sent him flying, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. She lightly clapped her hands. Then, her gaze fell on Yi Qinghan for the first time. Her complexion became even colder. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had ignored her words. This made her very angry. She sneered, I thought you were a pretty boy. It seems like you have some substance. It's a pity. Today, you've provoked this young Mississippi. Let alone Yin Sha, even if you summon the Heavenly King, this young miss won't put you in my eyes. Kneel on the ground and lick this young miss' toes. Then, maybe I'll spare your life. Whether you have substance or not, you can't tell by looking. You have to fight with real swords and guns to know. Do you want to fight with me? Yi Qinghan sighed slightly. He reached out to take off his bamboo hat and threw it to the side. He raised his head and met the woman's cold gaze. The corners of his mouth curved into an evil smile. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear as he directly shouldered the hat. He had been very low-key. But, it seemed that this woman was not just overbearing on Hidden Island. Her status was actually above Yin Sha. Since he couldn't reason with her, he was prepared to fight with her to thoroughly convince her. This woman, if he didn't give her some color to see, she would really think that he was a big bull. Young miss, this person is a saint-level expert. I don't have the confidence to defeat him. How about, forget it. When Mei Darren saw Yi Qinghan's young face and his evil smile, the charm in her eyes became even more intense. However, she felt Yi Qinghan's overbearing, imposing manner. She was slightly startled and whispered to the beautiful woman. He. Saint level. On Hidden Island, even a dragon would have to kneel before this young Mississippi. Today, this young miss will let you taste the 18 tortures of Hidden Island. When the incomparably beautiful woman heard this, she raised her head and laughed wildly. The pair of peerless big breasts on her chest trembled violently as if they were about to break out of her armor. After laughing wildly for a while, she suddenly stretched out her beautiful white hand and touched the leather armor on her chest. All the men present swallowed their saliva. When their noses were about to spurt out, she pulled out a small black command token. A pair of phoenix eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan. She raised the command token into the air and tenderly shouted, "Release the signal. Summon the 13 elders of Hidden Island. Kill this person for me." Hidden Island command token. When the people of Hidden Island saw this, they were all shocked. This command token represented the will of the Hidden Island Lord. No one dared to disobey. For a moment, countless signal flares quickly rose into the sky, illuminating half of the sky of Hidden Island. Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh as his stubborn temper flared up. With a swipe of his freedom ring, the black slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. He suddenly swung it forward, and his battle chi soared. A green blade wave shot out as he pointed at the flirtatious woman and coldly said, "Ah. Since this young master's debut, I have never been forced to kneel before anyone, let alone under a woman's pomegranate skirt. Come, woman. Let this young master see how awesome you are." Chapter 397. Ha! Yi Qinghan's arrogant behavior surprised all the people present. This person. Is he really crazy or stupid? Eldest young miss has issued a Hidden Island order to summon the 13 elders, but not only did he not run away, was he not afraid? He even dared to provoke and insult him. The people of the Hidden Island and the group of young masters were stunned for a moment before laughing sinisterly. Yin Dang covered his mouth, forgetting the pain. In the barbarian city, Yi Qinghan humiliated him, making him not dare to go out for a month after returning to the Hidden Island, and just now he hurt himself. If he did not vent this anger, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. Now seeing Yi Qinghan's arrogance, he became even more excited. Where is this? This is the Hidden Island. Ah. He alone can fight the entire Hidden Island. Lady Mei looked at Yi Qinghan's incomparably overbearing aura, but her face turned serious. This young man can cultivate to the sage realm at such a young age, it can be said to be unprecedented. Now that he is so arrogant, there must be a mountain behind him. And the island master did not appear to stop the eldest young miss' crazy behavior. Could it be that there is a deeper meaning? Does he want to use the eldest young miss to suppress the person behind this arrogant young man? The eldest young miss' name is Yin Ling, the granddaughter of the Hidden Island master. Yin Ling has no parents, and the people of the Hidden Island do not know whether she is the island master's granddaughter or someone else. From childhood to adulthood, the island master rarely cares about her, just throwing her to the 13 elders and letting them take care of her. Yin Ling grew up under the extreme care of the 13 elders. Her appearance is outstanding, and her talent is amazing. In addition, the island master does not care about her. The 13 elders spoil and even indulge her, and the young masters on the island revolve around her. Thus, she has developed an incomparably arrogant little overlord temperament. On the Hidden Island, except for the 13 elders, all the men who see her either run around her like a dog or run away. In addition, the men of the Hidden Island have an obscene atmosphere, so Yin Ling looks down on the men of the Hidden Island, thinking that men are all waste, all dogs. Sexual orientation is also a matter of course. Just now, Yin Fei suddenly came to report that she found several beauties of the same level as her. Of course, she didn't say anything and immediately activated the Hidden Pavilion's intelligence system. She immediately discovered Yi Qinghan's group of 4 and rushed over immediately. The 3 beauties didn't disappoint her and made her very excited. However, the man surrounded by the 3 of them made her even more excited. How many years has it been? She finally met a pure man like her grandfather. A young man who dared to say that she was more capable than a cow. A man who seemed to have guts. Of course, it was obvious that she wasn't going to use her unparalleled womanly charm to conquer him. She didn't have the time or interest to make him stick out his tongue under her pomegranate skirt and smile. She was prepared to use the most direct method, violence, to make him kneel down. She wanted him to understand that other than her grandfather, any other man could only kneel down in front of her. Xiao. Before the fireworks in the sky had settled, 3 black figures rose from the hidden city. At the same time, 10 black figures flew out from the mountain outside the city. The 13 of them were extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had already landed on the scene. "Miss, are you all right?" The 13 of them were about the same age as Yi Qinghu. They were all humans and weren't tall. As soon as they landed, one of them immediately used his Saint Domain to seal off the scene. At the same time, they all surrounded Yinling Er. Seeing that Yinling Er was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then, several of them glanced at Yi Qinghan coldly. One of them was the first to shout angrily, "Who are you? How dare you use force against First Miss? Do you want to die? You're actually a saint at such a young age. Which family's disciple are you from? Why did you come to the hidden island to cause trouble?" One of the elders suddenly sensed Yi Qinghan's strength and became bewildered. Was bewildered. This person was actually able to break through to the saint realm at such a young age. Putting aside talent, it at least meant one thing: he was a disciple of a large family. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. Yinling Er was obviously dissatisfied with the attitude of the 13 elders. She snorted coldly and a cold look shot out from her eyes. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Who cares which family he's from? How dare he humiliate me and take advantage of me? Take him down." "This, young man, aren't you going to apologize to First Miss? No one will be able to save you if First Miss gets angry." "That's right. How dare you humiliate First Miss and take advantage of her? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and apologize." The 13 elders hurriedly criticized Yi Qinghan. Their expressions were very angry and their tone was very agitated. However, their eyes were constantly shooting meaningful glances at Yi Qinghan. However, none of them made a move. As soon as they saw the 3 beautiful women beside Yi Qinghan, they could roughly guess what was going on. Basically, all the beautiful women in the hidden city had been toyed with by First Mississippi. Now that they saw these 3 beautiful women, then, they also knew that this young man in front of them must have a great force behind him. Perhaps he even had a god-rank powerhouse. Therefore, they naturally didn't dare to make a move. If this young man really had a god-rank powerhouse behind him, then it would be difficult for them to explain to the Island Lord. Island Lord. That's right. After the 13 elders scolded them, they suddenly remembered something. The Island Lord was still fishing at the seaside. He must have known about what happened here. Why hadn't he sent a message? Could it be that there was a deeper meaning? Bullshit. Yi Qinghan looked at this old man who was more than 10 meters tall jumping up and down. He seemed to be scolding him, but in fact, he was trying to persuade him to admit his mistake. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. What the hell was going on? He didn't provoke anyone. It was fine if he met 2 crazy women, but now a group of old men came. Why were they so unreasonable? Why were they so obviously biased? It seemed that his guess was right. This beautiful woman seemed to be the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's god-rank powerhouse. Alright, this young master will not argue with you. I also don't want to cause trouble. Tell me, how do you want me to apologize? When Yi Qinghan thought about how the 13 elders didn't make a move, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He kept the slaughter god blade and sheathed it on his back. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that this woman was the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's Island Lord. He didn't want to end up like what happened in Black Tortoise City. After provoking a group of young people, a group of old people came. After fighting a group of old people, the Hidden Island Lord appeared. If such a small matter caused Elder Lu and the Hidden Island Lord to fight, it would attract the attention of the continent's God-rank powerhouse and the God City's Island Lord. That's right. You are worth teaching, and you are young and frivolous. I think we can forgive you this time. Forget about the compensation. Just apologize. In the future, you must be careful not to cause trouble when you go out. The 13 elders heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Qinghan admitted his mistake. The Island Lord was too indulgent towards Yinling. They couldn't do anything about it. Previously, they almost destroyed the hidden pavilion because of a small matter. Now, since Yi Qinghan was so understanding, they naturally tried to smooth things over. After all, they were the ones who suffered and got scolded. Humph. When Yinling saw that Yi Qinghan had suddenly admitted his mistake, the excitement in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with complete disdain. Men were indeed spineless. He was so arrogant just now, but now he was like a bird. She waved her hand indifferently and said in a magnanimous manner, "Since you, a piece of trash, have become a tortoise, I am not an unreasonable person. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Let the 3 of them accompany me for 10 days, and this matter will be over." Chapter 398. As soon as he said that, the 13 elders were visibly relieved. Fortunately, the eldest miss seemed to be in a good mood today. She didn't plan to cause trouble. In their opinion, making Yi Qinghan kowtow a few times was a small matter. Besides Yin Sha, the young masters of the Hidden Island served the island master all day and avoided Yinling. Which of the other young masters didn't kowtow to her? Didn't they get beaten or slashed by her? Yin Dang, for example, was almost castrated by Yinling. Fortunately, his grandfather, the 8th elder, left quickly. Otherwise, as for Yinling, saying that she wanted the 3 women to accompany her for 10 days, in the eyes of the 13 elders, this wasn't a big deal. This wasn't a big deal. It was harmless for women to play with each other. They wouldn't suffer any losses, and they wouldn't suffer any losses. They didn't have tools and could only rely on external objects to play a few tricks, so it didn't matter. However, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng's reaction was a bit big. After hearing what was said, Yi Qinghan's mouth suddenly curved into an evil smile, and then the smile became bigger and bigger, and the smile became a big laugh, and the big laugh became a crazy laugh. Humph. Pay. Shameless. Little Han, beat her up until even her mother can't recognize her. Yu Qingcheng snorted implicitly, expressing her anger. Yi Qingwu directly flipped out and started cursing. Yi Qingyu didn't understand why the woman wanted them to play with her for 10 days. However, when she heard that her brother was to kneel and kowtow, she became angry and glared coldly at Yinling. Her battle chi soared and was about to explode. Kind people are bullied, and kind horses are ridden. The ancients didn't deceive me. Big-breasted sister, listen to me. I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Since you insist on doing it, then do it. This time, it wasn't the bewitching purple light that lit up, but as Yi Qinghan finished speaking. His battle chi suddenly soared, and at the same time, his body suddenly emitted a ripple-like spatial fluctuation, which instantly radiated like lightning and enveloped everyone in the field. After that, Yi Qinghan's body turned into a blur as he dashed forward. Under the horrified gazes of the 13 elders and Lord Mei, he directly appeared in front of Yinlinger and stood still. With an evil smile on his face, he stretched out his index finger and gently lifted Yinlinger's beautiful face. Then, he opened his other hand and raised it up high before slapping it down hard on her face. Paw! A clear and crisp sound rang out in the quiet field. The voice was pleasant and abrupt. However, in the ears of the crowd, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Yinlinger was dumbfounded as she blinked her big eyes in confusion. Looking at the evil smile on his face and smelling his masculine scent, she forgot about the burning pain on her face. She stared at Yi Qinghan in a daze as if she was thinking. Why did he dare to slap her face? Did he really slap my face? Bastard! How dare you! Courting death. Countless shouts and curses rang out a moment later. The three elders and Lord May's faces were filled with anger and coldness. Of course, there was also fear. The moment Yi Qinghan's battle chi soared, the 14 people also made their move. No matter what the island master's intention was, they knew that since the island master had not sent a sound transmission, it was obvious that he was allowing them to make their move and teach this arrogant boy a lesson. However, the moment they made their move, they suddenly found a spatial fluctuation surging out from the young man's side. This fluctuation was too fast, and it reached them in an instant. Then, something terrifying happened. The space around them suddenly fluctuated violently, and their advancing bodies seemed to have collided with an iron wall, and their bodies could not move. And then, they heard a resounding slap to the face. They saw the red handprint that slowly appeared on Yinlinger's snow-white face. It was incomparably clear and dazzling. Only now did they realize that they could move their bodies. Therefore, they hurriedly roared and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. If you want her to die, then come. Just as they were about to go berserk, they were frightened by a slender hand and a faint sentence. Yi Qinghan's hand that hooked Yinlinger's smooth chin slid down along her jade-like neck and quietly pinched her neck. To tell you the truth, your pig brain has tarnished your perfect body. After Yi Qinghan's faint sentence frightened everyone, he suddenly leaned forward and pulled the distance between them very close. Then, he whispered in a voice that only Yinlinger could hear. Haha, good, very good. You're really a man with guts. You're more gutsy than all the men in the hidden island. But I believe that you will regret it later. I can guarantee that you will not live past today. Yinlinger's confused eyes were only silent for a moment before she was awakened by the burning pain on her face. She listened to Yi Qinghan's deep voice in her ears and felt that her jade-like neck, which had never been touched by any man before, was being held by a big hand. Yinlinger didn't panic, nor did she become angry. Instead, she chuckled and spoke in an icy tone. Oh. Is that so? I'll wait and see. However, to tell you the truth, I don't know how awesome you are. At the very least, your breasts are really big and perky. I think they must feel good, right? Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and ignored Yinlinger's threat. Although Yinlinger was very tall, he was half a head taller than her. At such a close distance, Yinlinger was wearing very revealing clothes. When he looked down, he could clearly see the scenery inside her leather armor. He could even faintly see too. Yin Dang and the group of young masters were also confused after that loud slap. They were still confused even now. They were far away from Yi Qinghan's spatial lock. They only knew that Yi Qinghan had suddenly flipped out, but they didn't see that terrifying purple light. However, he strangely pounced over and easily slapped Yinlinger. However, the 13 elders didn't make a move at the beginning, and they still hadn't made a move yet. From their angle, they could see that Yi Qinghan was unscrupulously looking at Yinlinger's breasts. He was looking at the two towering peaks that all the young masters of the hidden island wanted to see. What was going on? They didn't know, so they could only continue to look at the scene, hoping that someone would give them an explanation. Brother, what are you doing? Yi Qingyu was very happy that Yi Qinghan had slapped that hateful woman and smiled faintly. But now, she saw that Yi Qinghan was so close to that woman and seemed to be whispering about something. She looked at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu in confusion. Humph. Who knows? But it's definitely not something good. Later, the three of us have to discuss it and formulate a family law. Little Han is too promiscuous. An indescribable feeling flashed through Yu Qingqing's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu snorted coldly and spoke to the two of them in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. The secret guard of the Hua clan was also dumbfounded. This young master actually dared to make a move. Moreover, he actually dashed over so easily and gave that arrogant woman a resounding slap. He started to worry secretly. There was a god-level elite on this island. If something happened, he would also be finished. Let go of the young lady, otherwise, young man, you've already committed a big mistake. If you still don't repent, no one can save you. What's there to say? If you dare to hurt the young lady, you won't be able to leave the hidden island today. The 13 elders didn't dare to move, but they continuously roared, threatened, and advised. However, in his heart, he was secretly anxious. He kept looking towards the east. They were very surprised. Why hadn't the island master appeared? What did he mean by that? Buzz, brat from the Yi clan, let go of Ling, At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in the field. It was so translucent that it seemed to be a projection. It was the shadow of an old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod in his hand. When Yi Qinghan saw that the island master had arrived, he didn't actually come over. Instead, he used some kind of mystical power to project himself. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly swept Yin Ling's chest again, withdrew his hand, and retreated to protect Yu Qingqing and the others. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. With so many people present, he didn't want to expose the secret of the unfettered ring, so he could only transmit his voice to Elder Lu. If it really didn't work, he could only use a request and let Elder Lu take action. Chapter 399. Humph. I told you that you will regret it. Rest assured, I will help you serve your women well. When Yin Linger saw that the island lord had finally appeared, she coldly looked at Yi Qinghan and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. She then directly sent a sound transmission to Yi Qinghan. Then, her eyes suddenly turned red and tears instantly flowed out. Her face suddenly became delicate and pitiful. Her whole body constantly trembled like a little girl who was being bullied. She loudly cried and complained to the projection of the hidden island's island lord, grandfather. If you had come a little later, Ling would never have been able to see you again. This person not only spoke disrespectfully to Linger, but also hit Linger in public. Now, he wants to kill Linger. Linger doesn't want to live anymore. Father, mother, grandfather don't care about me. I came to look for you. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and was about to hit the wall of the trade area. Yin Feier and Mei Darren were so scared that they hurriedly hugged her from behind. At the same time, the nearby 13 elders were like ants on a hot pan. They ran around in all directions and anxiously looked at the hidden island lord for help. This is also possible. Yi Qinghan and the other three looked at each other in dismay. This Yin Linger is really a damn waste of talent if she doesn't become a geisha. She is crying sadly and pretending to be pitiful. It can simply make people cry. No wonder the entire hidden island can't do anything to her. Let her go. If she wants to die, no one can stop her. The hidden island lord didn't move. Even the expression on the projection didn't change. His cold words stunned everyone present. It also stunned the suicidal Yin Linger. Yin Linger didn't know what was going on. Was this still her grandfather? Every time she acted cute, the hidden island lord would immediately compromise. Now, she wanted to die, but... Linger, you are already 18 years old. Are you still not sensible? I can clearly tell you that I will not make a move against this Yi family youth. I also don't dare to make a move against him. The person behind him is someone that even your grandfather can't provoke. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. If you still want to seek death, for the sake of the entire hidden island, Grandpa can't do anything. Moments later, Ling came back to her senses. She felt both wronged and indignant. She steeled her heart and prepared to seek death. However, the hidden island master's cold words caused her body to tremble. She stood on the spot and her beautiful tearful eyes looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. Countless people recalled the hidden island's island master's words, and their faces tightened. Everyone was shocked. The island lord of Hidden Island, a god-rank expert, had actually said such a thing in public. What did this mean? It meant that the hidden island had yielded to this young man. What kind of background did this person have to actually make the hidden island lord lower her head? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately sheathed the slaughter god blade on his back. Then, he awkwardly rubbed his nose and looked at the hidden island lord's shadow thoughtfully. He somewhat understood what this old thing wanted to do. Yi Qingguo and the other two became slightly proud. If their man had face, it was equivalent to them having face. However, the Hua family's secret guard behind them was shocked. He knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. You guys don't believe me. This young man can represent the entire House of Aries. He has 5 god-rank experts and hundreds of martial saints behind him. He also has 3 war gods' blood medallions in his hands. He can summon the entire House of Aries. Tell me, do you think I would dare to touch him? Today, you finally understand what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. Let's not talk about anything else. You see, he is only 3 years older than you, but he is the strongest person below the god rank. He can kill all of you by himself. If you don't change your temper, sooner or later, grandfather and the entire hidden island will be buried with you. After listening to these words, Ling finally understood one thing. Today, it seemed that she had slapped herself for nothing. The view of her chest was also wasted. Can't I get back at her today? How? Comparing strength. This person was able to slap her ruthlessly under the protection of 13 elders. Comparing strength. She only had 1 god-rank expert behind her, but he had a group of experts behind him. Thinking of this person's arrogance and overbearingness, it now seemed that he was confident. This man was actually so fierce. She recalled how he grabbed her chin frivolously and stared at her unscrupulously at the same time. A complicated look flashed through her eyes. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. The hidden island lord's words made not only Yi Qinghan understand what this old man was trying to do. Even the 13th elder understood. They originally thought that the hidden island lord didn't make a move because he wanted them to teach Yi Qinghan a lesson, and then beat the tiger to the mountain and give a warning to the people behind him. Now that they thought about it, the hidden island lord was actually borrowing Yi Qinghan's hand to beat his lawless precious granddaughter a little, to make her change her temper, and at the same time, to change her view of men. Moreover, from the hidden island lord's tone, it seemed that he wanted to pimp the two of them. Otherwise, why would it seem that he was reducing his prestige and instead giving face to Yi Qinghan? They knew that the hidden island lord wasn't afraid of the god-rank experts of the House of Aries. At the same time, they were both humans. Their relationship was very good. The god-rank experts of the House of Aries would certainly not attack the hidden island for Yi Qinghan. It seemed that the hidden island lord wanted to use strong medicine to treat a serious illness. He wanted to cooperate with this youngster and let Ling understand some things. That's all I have to say. There are some things that you need to think about, Ling. The hidden island lord saw that his goal had been achieved and his eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and did not hide his appreciation. Yi Qinghan, right. You are very good. Send my regards to your old ancestor. When you have time, come to the hidden island to play. After saying that, the hidden island lord's figure slowly dissipated and disappeared from the scene. Humph. You better remember this. Today, I, Ling, will repay this slap 100 times. Otherwise, I am not a human. When Ling saw that the hidden island lord had disappeared, her eyes suddenly became cold. She looked deeply at Yi Qinghan and left behind a ruthless sentence. Then, she directly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden city. Mei Darren and Yin Fei also gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look and flew away. The 13 elders also smiled awkwardly, cupped their hands, and flew away. Just now, they had cursed Yi Qinghan. Now that the hidden island lord clearly didn't care and they were not Yi Qinghan's opponents, wouldn't they be waiting to be slapped in the face if they didn't leave? Yin Dang and the countless young masters also hurriedly shrunk their bodies and slipped away. They even threw the top-grade human pet they had just bought into a corner and didn't want it anymore. Let's go. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and no longer spoke any nonsense. He instructed the shadow guard behind him with a complicated expression. He took the 3 girls and flew towards the direction of the pier. He decided to go to the Purple Island immediately. Just now, it was fortunate that the hidden island lord didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would cause a battle between God Realm experts and alarm the Divine City Lord. That would be troublesome. In fact, the more one didn't want something to happen, the more likely it would happen. Yi Ruoxue had just retracted his divine sense that was radiating to the hidden island. He had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's whereabouts all the time. Thinking of the hidden island lord's unique teaching method, he smiled gently. However, before his smile could fully blossom, his expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that a powerful divine sense had suddenly and scrupulously shrouded the entire Tsang City. After staying in Tsang City for a moment, it quickly drifted into the distance. He was very familiar with this divine sense. It was the divine sense of the bald divine master too in the divine city. His expression changed several times. He suddenly stood up quickly and his body disappeared from the cave. At the same time, his divine sense spread out in the direction of the hidden island at the fastest speed. At the same time, all the experts on the mainland were shocked and spread out their divine sense in astonishment. Because just now, the domineering divine sense of the Divine City Lord had actually swept over the mainland without any scruples. On the rooftop of the Dark Castle, Lord Devour was also astonished. He put down the book in his hand, and his star-like eyes twinkled a few times. However, after a while, he picked up the book again, as if he didn't sense anything. The hidden island lord was cheerfully picking up his fishing rod and continuing to fish. Recalling Yin Ling's frightened expression, he was somewhat satisfied with the result this time. However, after a while, his hand that was holding the fishing rod unexpectedly trembled. The fishing rod that he had never put down suddenly slipped and fell, creating a splash. Little Han, quickly enter the carefree pavilion. Little Han, quickly go. Yi family's kid, quickly run. Yi Qinghan brought the 3 girls and flew quickly in the sky. As the moist sea breeze blew, his mood was very happy. However, all of a sudden, he felt that the sea breeze was gone. Then, an ice-cold, bone-chilling aura swept over the 4 of them, startling them at the same time. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly heard 3 frightened and extremely urgent voices in his ears. Chapter 400. Yi Ruoxue was very anxious, extremely anxious. Especially when he sensed that Master Divine Butcher was constantly teleporting towards the hidden island at a speed that was several times faster than his heart was burning with anxiety. Tsang City was tens of thousands of miles away from the hidden island. At his cultivation level, he would need to teleport more than 10 times to teleport the furthest distance. However, Master Divine Butcher only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times from the Divine City. When his divine sense locked onto Yi Qing Han and transmitted a message to him, he realized that Master Divine Butcher was already halfway there. Although he vaguely knew that Yi Qing Han seemed to have a unique treasure that could mysteriously disappear from the Flame Dragon plane, he wasn't sure what Master Divine Butcher was up to. However, he was still extremely worried and even afraid. Run. When Yi Qing Han heard the 3 transmitted messages and felt the chill that enveloped the surroundings, he shuddered and suddenly woke up. Quick, enter the carefree pavilion. He suddenly turned to look at the 3 startled women and swiped his carefree ring. A golden door appeared in the sky above the hidden city. At this moment, Yi Qing Han didn't dare to hide anything, nor did he dare to ask Elder Lu to bring them to the Purple Island. After all, compared to the Purple Island, the carefree pavilion was the safest place, and Elder Lu's transmitted message proved this point. Yi Qing Han bellowed. Yi Qingyu was the most obedient. Without saying anything, she dashed into the golden door at lightning speed and disappeared into the black hole within the door. Yu Qingqing was also stunned. Without thinking much, she followed Yi Qingyu into the golden door and disappeared. What's the matter, little Han? Yi Qinggu hesitated for a moment, and asked in a slightly surprised tone. This hesitation scared Yi Qing Han so much that his face turned ashen. Without saying anything, he pulled Yi Qinggu and dashed towards the golden door. Swish! Suddenly, a translucent giant golden hand appeared out of thin air in the western sky of the hidden city. A dazzling light illuminated the entire hidden city, and a massive pressure made everyone in the hidden city feel as if the world was about to be destroyed. The extremely oppressive aura made everyone in the hidden city feel as if their hearts were about to stop beating. This translucent golden hand broke through the air. Its speed was quite fast, and its target was very clear. It directly grabbed at Yi Qing Han and Yi Qinggu, who were heading towards the golden door. It seemed as if it wanted to directly grab the 2 of them. Jia jia jia, following a terrifying cry, a red figure appeared out of thin air behind the translucent golden hand. On top of the big red robe was a huge bald head with strange tattoos. His eyes, one red and one black, were filled with cruelty and coldness. That was close. Baldy, it's a pity that you were a step too late. Yi Qing Han looked back quickly, but he did not stop. Before the golden hand reached him, he had already rushed to the golden door. He snorted and thought that it was close. If he had been half a step too late, he would have been finished. Elder Lu had said that as long as one entered the unfettered pavilion, even a God King might not be able to break through the parallel space, let alone Master Divine Tuesday. Is that so? Jia jia jia. Master Divine Tuyi's red and black eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. As soon as he finished his sharp words, the giant golden hand grabbed at the golden door. As the giant golden hand grabbed at the door, Yi Qing Han and Yi Qinggu had already entered the unfettered pavilion. Half of their figures had already disappeared into the black hole within the door. In the next second, they would disappear into the air and reappear in the unfettered pavilion. What? However, at this moment, Yi Qing Han suddenly cried out involuntarily. He was horrified to realize that the scene before them did not change to the beautiful scenery of the unfettered pavilion like before. In front of them was still darkness behind the door. Furthermore, he realized that both of them could not move. This. Elder Lu, what's going on? This time, Yi Qing Han was truly afraid. This was the fear of facing the unknown and the unknown situation. This was a fear of not being in control and not being able to control himself. He and Yi Qinggu were actually stuck at the entrance of the passage leading to the Carefree Pavilion. They couldn't enter or retreat. This was the spatial passage that connected to the Carefree Pavilion. If anything happened, the 2 of them would instantly be crushed by the spatial turbulence. Jia jia jia. It's actually a spatial divine weapon. It's actually the legendary spatial divine weapon. It seems like the 12th divine sword is indeed with you. The heavens did not betray me, the heavens did not betray me. Master Divine Tui looked at the golden door that his translucent golden hand was holding. He looked at the two people inside the door and the endless void beyond the door. Suddenly, he thought of something and laughed hysterically. His sharp voice made everyone in the hidden city tremble. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels in the city bled from their 7 orifices and fainted. Even countless ships at the pier started to sway slightly because of this terrifying scream. Countless people in the hidden city started to feel afraid. They had heard of the power of a god-level expert. However, everything that had just happened had shocked them. That mysterious golden door and that golden hand had made their souls tremble. Everything about this terrifying red-robed Baldy made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Before Master Divine Tui had appeared, the 13 elders had surrounded Yin immediately when they sensed the chill enveloping the hidden city. At the same time, they descended rapidly and hid in a corner of the streets of the hidden city. They started to look at everything that was happening in the sky in fear. They had seen the island lord of the hidden island attack, but it was nothing compared to this golden hand. Er's incomparably cold face finally paled at this moment. Looking at the giant hand in the sky and the two figures inside the golden door, her big eyes did not dare to blink. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and terror. This young Master Han. Hua Chao's beautiful big eyes were filled with worry other than fear. Her whole body started to tremble unconsciously. Beads of sweat dripped continuously from her forehead and landed on the shaking deck and Ru Yan's trembling hands. "This is troublesome," Elder Lu's voice transmission sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. It was like a life-saving straw that gave Yi Qinghan a glimmer of hope. However, the next sentence caused his mood to plummet to the bottom of the valley. "We're too late. The Carefree Pavilion and the Flame Dragon Dimension are two parallel spaces, and the Carefree Ring is a passageway that connects these two spaces. However, the Master Divine is using the will of the Flame Dragon Dimension to suppress this passageway, causing the space in the passageway to become chaotic. You guys are in the passageway now, so if he doesn't retract his will, you guys won't be able to enter or leave. Most importantly, the passageway is chaotic, so I can't get out. What should we do? Aren't we just waiting for death?" Yi Qinghan instantly understood. The current situation was like being in an elevator in his previous life. However, Master Divine too had turned off the electricity in the entire building. "You guys are safe for now. This Carefree Ring was refined by the Soul Emperor. No one can enter that door, and any attacks will be automatically neutralized by the Soul Emperor's restriction." Elder Lu continued to transmit his voice solemnly. "We just don't know if this Master Divine has any special abilities. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." Chapter 401. Temporarily safe. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his heart calmed down a bit. He used his spiritual sense to sense the situation outside and discovered that the translucent giant hand could only hold the door, but it couldn't make any changes to the door. He sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingwu, telling her not to worry and that Elder Lu was thinking of a solution. Of course, the voice transmission was obviously to comfort Yi Qingwu. However, his mind was working quickly. Given the current situation, no one could save them. Elder Lu couldn't get out. The island lord of the hidden island obviously wouldn't help him. Otherwise, he would be killed or even razed to the ground by the enraged Master God. Lord Devour. If Lord Devour helped, they would definitely be saved. Moreover, Master God too wouldn't dare to resist. But, would Lord Devour help? Recalling her cold words in the dark castle, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Then, only the God-grade expert from the House of Aries and Yi Ruoxue were left. As Yi Qinghan thought of Yi Ruoxue, he hoped that they wouldn't come. After all, they would be sending themselves to death if they came. At this thought, he realized that no one could save him. Was he going to be trapped like this forever? What? Just as he was vexed, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly. Shocked, he quickly used his spiritual consciousness to check and felt a chill run down his spine. He. Mine. The divine sword is mine. The spatial divine item is mine. They are all mine. He, the heavens didn't let me down. Master God too, who was hovering above the hidden city, lifted his head and laughed maniacally. His bright red robe, shiny bald head, and ferocious laughing face made the millions of people in the hidden city shudder. That's right, shudder. This person was like a demon from the 9 hells of purgatory. This person was like a demon from the legendary 9 hells of purgatory. One look at him could make people feel fear, panic, and despair. Oh no, this Master God too is actually comprehending the primary occult of fire. This is the 9 true fire. Oh no, he is forcefully refining the unfettered ring and erasing your soul imprint. Once the refinement is successful, all of us will die. Elder Lu's voice transmission caused Yi Qinghan's heart to sink to the bottom of the sea. Just now, the translucent golden hand outside suddenly emitted a blazing blue flame that engulfed the entire door. The golden radiance of the gate slowly began to dim under the burning of the blue flames. What should we do? What to do? What about Elder Lu? Yi Qinghan, who was enveloped by the blue flames, felt like he was back in the barbaric mountain range, when he was pressed under the body of a level 3 saber-toothed tiger, smelling the stench coming from its huge mouth. Once again, he sensed the aura of death, that feeling of powerlessness and despair. He began to panic. There's no other way. Unless Lord Devourer intervened, or someone interrupted Divine Master 2's attack. Otherwise, sooner or later, the carefree ring would be refined by him and the carefree pavilion would be under his control. Sigh. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you into the carefree pavilion. Even if I had to risk my life, I would have taken you to the Purple Island. Elder Lu was in the carefree pavilion. Looking at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu, whose eyes were filled with fear, he couldn't maintain his calm and steady demeanor anymore. A trace of irritation flashed in his slender eyes, and the sparse beard on his chin trembled continuously. Plop. Elder, please save my brother and sister Xiao Wu. What do you need me to do? Please tell me. Anything will do. Although Yi Qingyu didn't know what had happened, she knew that something big was going to happen from Yi Qinghan's expression and Elder Lu's irritation. She didn't hesitate to kneel before Elder Lu and pleaded resolutely. Elder, please save them. Yu Qingqing could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. She followed Yi Qingyu and knelt down in front of Elder Lu. Unknowingly, tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, wetting her face and her peach-colored palace dress. You two girls, don't make trouble. I know how to save them if I can, right? Our only hope is that Lord Devourer will help us. Otherwise, sigh. Elder Lu was so angry that he flung his sleeves and paced back and forth in the training room. After living with Yi Qinghan for several years, he had unconsciously regarded Yi Qinghan as his own grandson. Even if the Soul Emperor hadn't given him the order to protect the Carefree Pavilion's master, he would have risked his life to help. However, he couldn't get out now, so he could only be anxious. Yi Ruoshui had arrived a long time ago. However, he stood far away from the East Sea and didn't rush over impulsively. He knew that since Tu had taken action, and he had done so without any scruples, he wouldn't have any scruples. If that was the case, then he would definitely have nothing to fear. Just like how he did thousands of years ago during the Great War of Extinction. Hundreds of God-level experts on the continent were all killed by him. Only a few God-level experts who were scared out of their wits were left to manage the 3 mansions under his instructions. They helped him stabilize the hearts of the 3 clansmen, kept the people of the continent in captivity, and provided him with an endless supply of souls, although he didn't know why Yi Ching Han was locked in that golden door, didn't know why God Master 2 was wearing a fiery red robe, didn't know why Yi Ching Han was fine under the translucent hand and the blue flame. He knew that Yi Ching Han was in danger and could die at any moment. Lord, please save little Han. Yi Ruoxue is willing to pay any price. Suddenly, Yi Ruoxue knelt toward the north. Her divine sense spread toward the north and locked onto the woman on the balcony of the dark castle. At the same time, she transmitted her voice respectfully. The other 4 god-level experts of the House of Ares were dashing toward this place. However, he had stopped their foolish behavior immediately. Facing the crazy God Master 2, even if all the god-level experts of the continent came here, they would still have to die. At this moment, his only hope was the woman reading a book in the dark castle. Only her, only Lord Devour, could save this dangerous situation. You can't afford the price I have to pay. So, I won't help you. However, his fiery heart was extinguished by Lord Devour's cold words. His divine sense found that Lord Devour didn't even put down the book in his hand. His face didn't change. He just sent a cold voice to Yi Ruoxue. This. Lord, if you don't help him, little Han will die. Are you going to? Yi Ruoxue didn't want to give up. She tried to press down the fear and worry in her heart, trying to sound as calm as possible. She wanted to ask Lord Devour to save Yi Ching Han for Xiao Hei's sake. However, as she recalled Lord Devour's cold voice, she couldn't say it out loud. Whether he dies or not, what does it matter to me? What do we have to do with each other? I've told him that I've paid back the favor I owed him. Even if he dies, I'll just take action to take Xiao Hei away. Does he think that he can be absolutely safe with that lousy unfettered ring? He's so arrogant. Who can he blame if he dies? Since he made a mistake, he should take responsibility. Lord Devour's faint voice came to her without any emotional fluctuation. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter, as if Yi Ching Han didn't have anything to do with her. Oh. Lord, please show me the way. If I can save little Han, I'm willing to pay any price. Yi Ruoxue understood that Lord Devour wouldn't help him. Now, she could only count on him to show her what she should do to save Yi Ching Han. Sigh, listening to Yi Ruoxue's stubborn words, Lord Devour's mood finally changed. However, he just sighed and sent her a cold voice. It's simple. If you help him, Yi Ching Han can live. Chapter 402. Me. Yi Ruoxue's white brows arched like a treasured sword being unsheathed. His aura rocketed, and the cold air was pressing. Pondering for a while, he slowly stood up and sent a message to Lord Devour. I got it. Thank you for your advice. Ruoxue is going. Then, Yi Ruoxue touched the spatial ring on his finger. A divine sword sparkled in divine light, appearing in his hand. Then, he smiled and disappeared from the sky above the East Sea. Sir, you don't care. Yi Ruoxue will die. On the rooftop of the dark castle, Madame Jiao appeared behind Lord Devour. Her face wasn't as elegant as usual. She was a little bit stern, clasping her hands to greet Lord Devour. What does his death have to do with me? Jiao. You're meddling too much. Lord Devour didn't turn his head around. He didn't even move his body. He was still holding the book, talking faintly. It's none of your business, sir. But little Han will hate you after this. Madame Jiao pouted her red, fox-like mouth, trying to persuade Lord Devour. What a joke. Yi Ching Han can respect me or hate me. What does it have to do with me? Do you know how many people in the divine world hate me? How many of them respect me? If I have to take action just because someone respects you, begs you, or hates you, won't I die of exhaustion? Lord Devour smiled, mocking himself. Sir, I know, you're not such a heartless person. Although you always look cold, I know that your heart is definitely not that cruel. I can feel it. Sir. Madame Jo couldn't help but speak her mind, begging. Sigh. If he doesn't experience some things, Yi Qinghan will never grow up. Lord Devour had a gleam of reluctance on his face. He shook his head and sighed, lifting his head to look at the east. He said faintly, I have my reasons. If I were omnipotent, I wouldn't stay in this small fire dragon plane. You'll know it later, it's over. It's all because of me. It's all because of my carelessness. Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with bitterness and regret as he watched the golden light on the gate become dimmer and dimmer under the blue flames. He had been too careless, thinking that he would be invincible in the fire dragon continent just because he had the unfettered ring. But now, it didn't matter if he died. He was never afraid of death. But now, he might implicate the three ladies and Elder Lu. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly ached. It was incomparably painful. Some mistakes could not be made. However, he could not make such a mistake. The consequences were too severe, so severe that he could not bear it. I'm sorry Xiao Wu, I'm sorry Qingqing, I'm sorry Xiao Yu, I'm sorry Old Lu, and I'm sorry Xiao He. It's all because of me, because of me. As time passed, when the golden light of the gate was about to disappear, Yi Qinghan completely despaired. Lord Devour hadn't shown up yet, and no one could save him. No one could save him, Kekik. The divine sword finally belongs to me. With the divine sword, I can go back openly. I will take back everything that belongs to me. And the Golden Horn God tribe, don't worry. One day, I will annihilate your entire tribe. If I don't kill all of you, I can't quell the flame of anger in my heart. Seeing the light on the gate fade, Lord Devour didn't show up. Finally, he felt relieved, his face getting more excited. It had been so many years, and he had endured so much humiliation and suffering. And now, he was about to succeed. Damn perverted Baldy, here's what you want. Let him go. Divine Lord 2 wanted to increase his strength and refine this spatial divine item by force. However, at this moment, the space behind him suddenly shook. Then, a faint voice arose. Damn perverted Baldy. Upon hearing this form of address, Master God Butcher almost went berserk. However, he suppressed this impulse and turned back to look coldly. When he saw Yi Ruohai holding a shining divine sword, he was stunned. His red and black pupils twinkled. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Yi Ruoshue, don't worry. Later, I will make you die miserably. Kakik. You want to fool me with a fake divine sword? Curse me, damn perverted Baldy. I have a lot of fake divine swords. Should I give you some? Lord Devour wasn't a fool. Although the God-slaying guard had said that there was a 10% chance that the real divine sword was with Yi Ruoshue, he didn't want to stop refining Yi Qinghan's spatial divine item. Even if it was with Yi Ruoshue, so what? After refining the spatial divine item, he would kill Yi Ruoshue. You fool. You're so stupid. How could my kid carry the divine sword with him? Stupid pig. Let him go, and I'll give you the divine sword. Otherwise, humph. Yi Ruoshue's white eyebrows twitched. She actually revealed her dominance and started scolding. This scolding scared everyone in the hidden city silly. Lord Devour had already shocked them so much that they didn't dare to move. Now, someone even more ferocious came. The moment he arrived, he scolded the damn perverted Baldy. Now, his every word was cursing. Old ancestor. Hurry up and leave. You are no match for him. You will die. Yi Qinghan woke up abruptly when he heard that familiar voice. He was elated, but a moment later, it was replaced by endless fear. However, the spiritual consciousness of a sage was different from that of a god-tier expert. He only locked onto Yi Ruoxue and transmitted the message. Little Yi, don't do anything stupid. You will die for nothing. At this moment, the hidden island lord, who had been motionless by the sea, finally couldn't help but take the risk to transmit a message to Yi Ruoxue. If Yi Ruoxue did this, not only would she not be able to help Yi Qinghan, but she would also lose her life for nothing. Mwahahaha. Lord Devour didn't get angry when he heard Yi Ruoxue. Instead, he laughed. The blue flame on his translucent gold hand burned brighter. He mocked Yi Ruoxue, or else what? Even if you have the real divine sword, so what? After I refine it, I will kill you directly. Isn't the divine sword mine? If I want to kill someone, who dares to stop me? Harumph. Damn perverted Baldy, if you're so stubborn, don't blame me. I can only offer the divine sword to Lord Devour and ask him to kill you for me. Just wait for your death. Yi Ruoxue didn't respond to Yi Qinghan and the hidden island lord. Instead, she said something to Leng Leng and Lord Devour. Then, she retrieved the divine sword and teleported to the north, disappearing from the sky of the hidden city. This, Lord Devour's face changed. His soul consciousness sensed that Yi Ruoxue had appeared several hundred miles away in the north. He was frightened. If Yi Ruoxue used the divine sword to ask for Lord Devour's help, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was feeling a little hesitant and afraid, he suddenly discovered something that made him even more puzzled. Why didn't Yi Ruoxue teleport to the north? Why did she teleport to this place? No. He was tricked. Bang! Master God Tu Yi's red and black eyes widened abruptly. His body reacted instantly and teleported away. At the same time, a dazzling light shone at the place he was at. A huge firework bloomed above the hidden city. Little Han, take care of yourself. Don't think about taking revenge for me. Don't worry about the Yi family. I've arranged everything. What you need to do is to go to Purple Island and cultivate hard. Then, go to the immortal world to fulfill our wish. Don't feel sad for me because my death is worthwhile. I've saved the hope of the Yi family, the hope of the Fire Dragon continent. You'll always be the pride of the Yi family. Great ancestor. No. The moment Yi Ruoxue transmitted her voice, Yi Qinghan realized that he could move his body. The unfettered ring automatically transported them into the unfettered pavilion. He heard a loud noise and turned around in fright. However, all he saw was a blossoming firework. At this moment, he felt that his heart was bleeding. He started to howl in pain. Chapter 403. Bang! Everyone in the hidden city heard the loud roar in their ears and looked at the glaring light in the sky. They felt the ground of the entire hidden city tremble, and the houses shook violently before they began to collapse. At this moment, it was as though doomsday had arrived. Countless people began to scream wildly, run around, and cry bitterly. Swish! TSK, TSK, TSK. Motherf asterisk cur, Motherf asterisk cur. I'm so angry, so angry. After the explosion, a red figure appeared again at the same spot. He looked at the empty sky. He was thoroughly enraged. His divine senses radiated in all directions and carefully scanned the mainland more than 10 times. After confirming that Yi Qinghan had completely disappeared from this plane, he roared furiously. At the same time, a huge translucent hand appeared in front of him and swung down at the hidden city. Divine Lord, please calm down. The hidden island lord's figure appeared in front of the 13 elders and Yin Ling, when the huge hand condensed. Seeing that the divine lord didn't seem to hear him and the huge hand continued to swing down, the hidden island lord sighed helplessly. He didn't dare to resist and teleported away with everyone. Bang! The giant hand smashed heavily into the center of the hidden city, leaving a huge handprint in the middle of the city. All the buildings and people that were enveloped by the huge hand were instantly turned into ashes. Smoke and dust rose and dyed the entire sky of the hidden city gray. At that moment, the entire hidden island shook slightly. The sea outside the hidden city surged and overturned countless ships at the dock. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Oh. Devil, he's a devil. Run, the hidden island is going to sink. The entire hidden city was in an uproar. The entire hidden island was shaken. Countless people screamed and ran. Countless people were scared silly. Countless people were injured and countless people died. TSK, TSK. In the future, the hidden island will participate in the prefecture battle with 200,000 participants each time. One less hidden island won't exist. Divine Lord 2 didn't even look at the hidden city. Instead, he turned to the hidden island lord and said with a hideous smile. Then, he teleported away. Join the prefecture battle. The island master of Hidden Island had just teleported to the beach where he usually fished when he felt the countless broken walls and broken tiles, as well as countless broken limbs that had been smashed into minced meat. Hearing the Divine Master Tu Dao's overbearing announcement, his face turned ashen as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Dead? All dead. Yin Ling looked at the sky with great disappointment. After the huge explosion, the gate in the sky and the two people inside had all disappeared. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Uncle Ro, where is young Master Han? Young Master Han. Hua Chao hugged the shivering Ru Yen. Both of them were covered in seawater. Just now, the ship had been capsized by the sudden wave. With the help of Hua Ro and the others, the two of them managed to reach the shore and hide in a nearby courtyard. Fear flashed in Hua's eyes as she looked at the empty sky. She grabbed Hua Ro's hand and spoke nervously. I'm not sure, but there are only two possibilities. Either young Master Han disappeared like the two young ladies, or he disappeared. Or in the explosion. Sigh. Hua Ro licked her lips and realized that it was filled with the salty and fishy taste of seawater. It was very bitter. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Young Master, we can't stay here anymore. We have to return to Luohua City immediately. The explosion came too suddenly. When the strong light shone, everyone was temporarily blinded. No one discovered what exactly had exploded. Hua Chao looked at Ru Yen, who was scared out of her wits, then at the increasingly chaotic hidden city. He sighed helplessly and said, All right, we'll return to Luohua City first. Leave two people behind to gather information about young Master Han. Report back immediately if there's any news. Hua Ro immediately arranged for two secret guards to gather information. Instead of looking for an intact ship, she and the other Emperor-level secret guards brought the two people and flew towards the west. Yi Tianlong had just refined the divine crystal not long ago and had been cultivating in seclusion in the pavilion at the back of the mountain. Today, he had just sorted out the esoteric knowledge in his mind and wanted to comprehend the esoteric immediately so that he could become a god as soon as possible. However, he suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. It was a palpitation and fear that came from the depths of his soul. Yi Tianlong suddenly opened his eyes. As an expert of the sage realm, he had a natural instinct to avoid danger and to foresee it. The palpitation and fear were so obvious and intense. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a thing, so he was obviously shocked and afraid. Without thinking carefully, he immediately stood up and dashed out of the room. However, he saw Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu looking worried as they walked towards his room. You guys felt it too. Yi Tianlong clenched his palms and realized that they were all sweaty. The three of them felt it at the same time. This meant that something big was about to happen, or it had already happened. Clan leader, contact the elder ancestor. I feel that something big is about to happen. Yi Qingniu's bulging eyes kept blinking. He looked very worried, but he didn't dare to say anything for fear that he would be right. Yi Tianlong didn't waste any time. He immediately took out a jade talisman and started to transmit his voice. However, his expression became increasingly solemn as he transmitted his voice. In the past, Yi Ruoxue would transmit her voice promptly, but this time, she didn't transmit her voice for a long time. Buzz! At that moment, the air in the room rippled. Just as the three of them thought that Yi Ruoxue had teleported over and were about to pay their respects, they discovered that it was a beautiful woman in a white robe. They couldn't help but be stunned. Sky Dragon, your elder ancestor, has self-detonated. Right now, Divine Master 2 is very likely to head towards the Yi family. You should come with me immediately. The person who had just arrived was Yu Shishue. Her face was filled with sorrow, and her voice was extremely grave. Her eyes, however, were filled with a trace of pleading. What? The three of them turned pale. Yi Tianlong was so shocked that he couldn't even hold the jade talisman firmly. It fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Yi Tianlong's expression flickered several times as his mind spun rapidly. He knew that Yu Shishue wouldn't joke around with something as serious as this. Regardless of what had happened, there were at least two things that could be confirmed. First, Yi Ruoxue was dead, and second, Divine Master 2 was very likely to come and wipe out the Yi family. Shishue. Hurry and leave. If possible, help me take care of the Yi family's disciples. Hurry and leave. He didn't think for long before giving Yu Shishue a deep look. Then, he turned to Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu and howled angrily, You two idiots, what are you waiting for? Run! As the leader of the Yi family, I order you to get out of Tsang City. Immediately. Sky Dragon. Clan leader. Yu Shishue, Yi Qingniu, and Yi Baihu cried out involuntarily. Yu Shishue didn't say anything else when she saw the resolute expression on Yi Tianlong's face. She gave Yi Tianlong a deep look, then immediately teleported away. She and Yi Tianlong were the same kind of people. They were more rational than emotional, and they were willing to give up everything for the sake of their clan, including their emotions, including their lives. Clan leader, take care. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu simultaneously sighed as they stared at the crazed Yi Tianlong. Without any hesitation, the two of them shot out of Tsang City. They were well aware that Yi Tianlong was the leader of the Yi family. If the Divine Master wanted to exterminate the Yi family, then there was no way that Yi Tianlong would be able to escape death. Their only option now was to escape and live on. They would lead the elite disciples of the Yi family, who had been hiding for a long time, to endure hardships and ensure that the seeds of the Yi family would continue to grow. Buzz, however, just as Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu flew out of the back mountains and out of Tsang City, the sky above Tsang City suddenly rippled. A bold man wearing a large red robe suddenly appeared in the sky. As the red figure appeared, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Tsang City, causing everyone in the city to be unable to move at all. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu, who were flying in the air, were directly smashed into the ground, unable to move at all. Then, a piercing voice rang out, echoing through every corner of Tsang City. Clan leader of the Yi family, get out here right now. Chapter 404. Master Divine Butcher. Yi Tianlong stared at the fire-robed Baldy through the door of the pavilion. He forcefully suppressed the hatred in his eyes and tried his best to calm his expression before shouting, I am here. Yi Ruoxue was dead. Master Divine Butcher had arrived. Yi Tianlong didn't even need to guess to know that Yi Ruoxue must have died at Master Divine Butcher's hands. However, he didn't dare to attack or curse. He could only pretend that he didn't know anything and pretend to be calm. If Yi Ruoxue was dead, then who in the Yi family could stop that baldy? He didn't want the entire Tsang city to be razed to the ground because of his impulsive actions. Kiki. Master Divine Butcher laughed sinisterly as his red and black eyes locked onto the pavilion in the back of the mountain. Then, without saying a word, he conjured the giant hand above the hidden city and smashed it down on the mountain behind the Yi family. However, this time, it was very slow, as if Master Divine Butcher wanted to see the look of fear on Yi Tianlong's face before his death, or perhaps he was testing something. Patriarch. Father. Grandfather. Every member of the Yi family in Tsang City heard Yi Tianlong's voice ring out from the back of the Yi family's mountain. Although they couldn't move their bodies, they could still feel the power of the giant hand crashing down on the back of the Yi family's mountain. They could all sense the boundless power contained in that giant hand. Their expressions changed drastically as they howled in fear. Ha! Yi Tianlong's expression greatly disappointed Master Divine Butcher as he faced the giant hand crashing down from the sky. Not only was he not afraid, but he also raised his head proudly and laughed. His aura suddenly surged. Even though Master Divine Butcher's god domain was covering him, he turned his head slightly and faced the tranquil lake island. He laughed and shouted, "You Shishue, I'm going to go now. In my next life, I will definitely marry you." A desolate roar resounded through the entire back mountain of the Yi clan. It reverberated in the back mountain and echoed above Tsang City for a long time. Patriarch. Father. Grandfather. Hearing Yi Tianlong's roar, countless members of the Yi family in the city roared again. It was as if they wanted to use this roar to block the slowly descending giant hand. It was as if they wanted to use this roar to vent the extreme anger in their hearts. Next life. On the roof of the tranquil lake island's Happy Heart Pavilion, Yu Shishue was dressed in a moon-white robe. She had teleported back, but her divine sense had been focused on the mountain behind the Yi clan. After hearing Yi Tianlong's angry roar, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very bright and not forced at all. After quickly sending a few messages to the great elders of the Yu family, she suddenly removed her space ring and threw it into the Yisan pavilion. Then, he cast a nostalgic glance at Tranquil Lake Island before he disappeared from the sky above Happy Heart Pavilion. Yu Shishue's ideals had always been greater than her emotions, and she had worked hard for the Yu clan all her life. After hearing Yi Tianlong's bold and domineering declaration, she could no longer suppress the madness that she had suppressed in her heart for decades. Once that soft spot in a woman's heart was touched, she would do anything and everything. Whoosh! Beneath the giant hand, a white figure glowing with golden light broke through the Divine Master's god domain and teleported in. Yu Shishue had a gentle smile on her face. She didn't say anything as she unleashed her own god domain, which enveloped the two of them. She rushed over like a gust of wind and hugged the wide-eyed Yi Tianlong. She said gently, "Tianlong, the next life is too long. Shishue cannot wait that long." Yi Tianlong's vision blurred. Then, he felt a soft body suddenly hug him. When he heard this familiar voice, his hand froze in midair and trembled a few times. Then, he hugged her tightly and fell silent. He closed his eyes, a soundless smile on his lips. Yu Shishue, she. Sigh. Within a secret room in Dragon City, the spear god's wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. His lips moved as he sighed to the Saber Emperor beside him. The other three deities from the House of Ares had been using their divine senses to investigate the situation in Tsang City ever since Divine Master Tu had teleported to the city. Yi Ruoxue had already left. But now... Sigh. The world is about to change. An incomparably desolate voice drifted over from the mountain cave outside the Drifts Now city. After that, silence reverted back to a deathly stillness. Sigh. A deep sigh came from the beautiful castle in the dark forest at this moment. Her face that seemed vague and clear at the same time was full of vicissitudes of life. After a while, she sighed again and said faintly, "If he could treat me like this in the past, I wouldn't mind even if I die." "Forget it, forget it." The giant hand seemed to be moving slowly, but in the blink of an eye, it had already smashed down heavily. The giant hand covered the entire back mountain of the Yi family. The giant golden hand smashed several mountain peaks into smithereens. Then, it continued to press downwards until the entire building complex was flattened. Buzz! The white wall behind the lake in the back mountain of the Yi family and the ancestral grave of the Yi family suddenly lit up with a blinding white light when the giant hand came crashing down. However, it only flickered for a moment before it completely dimmed. Bang! The entire Tsang city shook as if it had just experienced an earthquake. A huge sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, ringing in the ears and hearts of countless Yi family disciples. No one screamed, no one cried, no one was in pain. There was only a deathly silence. Countless Yi family disciples tried their best to slowly raise their heads. They struggled to look up at the sky, at the bald man in the red robe. There was no anger or pain in their eyes, only hatred. Boundless hatred. The Divine Master Butcher had killed the head of the Yi family and destroyed the sacred land and ancestral grave of the Yi family. This was a huge grudge. Killing Yi Tianlong was like stabbing them in the heart. Destroying the ancestral grave was like trampling on the glory and dignity of the Yi family. Kakik. This is the kind of expression I like to see the most. Kakik. The Divine Master Butcher laughed maniacally. His tall figure twisted and contorted as he laughed, his piercing voice echoing in all directions. But a moment later, his smile suddenly stopped, and a pair of strange eyes suddenly swept down. With one look, he cried out absent-mindedly, He's not dead. Not dead." The Divine Master's sudden reaction jolted all the disciples of the Yi family awake. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. However, they were unable to investigate anything under the cover of the Divine Master's domain. All they could do was stare at the Divine Master's expression. When Yi Tianlong heard the Divine Master's surprised exclamation, he suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that he was still tightly hugging Yu Shishui. A faint blue defensive barrier lit up around the two of them. Outside, however, was a complete mess. The surrounding mountains and buildings had all been razed to the ground, and even the water in the small lake in the distance had evaporated. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise, What's going on?" Yu Shishui suddenly let go of Yi Tianlong and smiled. She turned to look towards the north and said respectfully, "Someone saved us." Humph. The Divine Master Butcher's expression shifted a few times. At the same time, he turned towards the north, his eyes flickering. "Everyone in the Yi family, listen up. Do not take a single step out of Tsang City, or else I will kill you." Of course he knew very well who had intervened. Apart from that person, no one else had the ability to silently protect the two of them while he was attacking them with his will. After pondering deeply for a moment, he grunted heavily and left with these words before flicking his sleeve and teleporting away. Chapter 405. Young Master Dang, there's a new batch of goods. Shall we go take a look in the afternoon? Of course, young Master Dang has been cultivating for 3 years, and his cultivation level has increased tremendously. He just came out of seclusion yesterday. How can we not celebrate? I'll pay for all the goods that young Master Dang likes. That's right, that's right. Young Master Dang broke through the first heaven in 3 years. This is the first heaven of the Emperor realm. Other than young Mistress and young Master Shah, no one in the Hidden City can match this cultivation speed. In the biggest restaurant in the Hidden City, a group of young masters in bright clothes surrounded a handsome young master in white. They kept toasting and flattering him. The atmosphere was very lively. Ha, this is not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The white-clothed young master took a sip of the wine poured by the maid next to him and waved his hand as if he didn't care at all. However, his eyes were full of enjoyment. He paused for a moment and said, "These 3 years, I've been bored to death. Ha ha. Let's talk about this afternoon's matter in the afternoon. Let's drink and have some fun later." "Oh right. Is there any news of that malefic star in the past 3 years? My grandfather said that I must avoid this malefic star in the future. Otherwise, I'll be locked up for 3 years. Malefic star. Are you talking about the I Ching Han? Don't worry, young Master Dang. This person disappeared for 3 years and must be dead. The Divine City issued a Divine Master order 3 years ago. If he's found, he'll be rewarded with 10 divine weapons. Even if he's not dead, he must be hiding in that cave like a savage." Ha! Hee, that's right. He must be dead. Even a god-tier expert would die from such a violent explosion. This malefic star even dared to slap young mistress. It'll be strange if he's not dead. The unbridled teasing attracted the attention of a few guests at a table in the corner. There were only 3 people sitting at this table, but there were 2 people standing beside each of them. It was obvious that they were the 3 people's guards. The 3 of them were wearing bamboo hats that were trending recently. They lowered their heads and drank their wine. However, their ears were slightly tilted as they listened to the conversation of the young masters. Sigh, looks like young Master Han is in grave danger. A moment later, a man suddenly leaned forward slightly and raised his bamboo hat, revealing a fierce-looking face. Sigh. I've sent people to look for you for 3 years, but you just don't believe me and insist on coming here. Crazy Miss Long, when do you think you can go back? This place is very chaotic. If my old man finds out that we sneaked here, I'll definitely be grounded again." Obviously, these 3 people were Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Long Sainan. Half a month ago, Long Sainan had suddenly brought Feng Zi to Luohua City and asked him to bring them to the hidden city. After Feng Zi and Hua Hua finished speaking, Long Sainan was silent for a long time. Then, she sighed and said sadly, "Let's go back. I'll go to Tsang City to take a look and then go into closed-door training. I won't come out until I reach the Sage Realm. Take care of yourselves. Go to Tsang City. Tsang City has been locked down. You're still going, isn't it inappropriate?" Long Sainan's words caused Hua Hua, who was about to stand up, to sit down again. "Yes, Miss Long. The god-slaying guards have already brought people to guard that place for 3 years. If you go, you'll probably cause trouble for the Manor Lord, right?" Feng Zi also sat down and said worriedly. "Some things have to be seen. If the knot in my heart isn't resolved, how can I increase my cultivation? Let's go." Long Sainan sighed and stood up dispiritedly. Then, she walked out. Hua Hua and Feng Zi stood up as well. They pressed down on the bamboo hats on their heads and nodded at the guards beside them. Then, they walked out of the restaurant and disappeared into the sea of people in the hidden city. Gee. Xiao Hei, stop jumping around. You're making my eyes blur. In the front courtyard of the free and unfettered pavilion, a small, black, single-horned beast was jumping around in the garden. Amidst the colorful flowers, there were 2 fairy-like women sitting in a small pavilion. One of the women, dressed in red, stood in the pavilion and looked at the small beast in the garden. She pouted her small mouth in annoyance as she spoke. "Sister Wu, don't be angry. Isn't Xiao Hei bored?" Sigh. He's been in the free and unfettered pavilion for 3 years. It would be strange if he isn't bored. The white-clothed woman sitting on the white jade chair at the side smiled helplessly and started to console the red-clothed woman. "Bored? I'm about to go crazy. Little Han, you've been in the training room for 3 years. Why haven't you come out? Xiao Yu too. She went into closed-door training 2 years ago and hasn't come out yet. The woman in red walked out of the pavilion and fiddled with the leaves of a small tree that was as tall as a person. She looked very restless. Sister Wu, don't be angry. The woman in white stood up and walked over to hold the woman in red's hand. She looked at her sincerely with her black pearl-like eyes and said faintly, Qing Han definitely won't blame you for what happened 3 years ago. Didn't Elder Lu tell us? Qing Han recovered 2 years ago and is working hard to cultivate now. He's not coming out because he's cultivating. He's not blaming you. That's right. They were Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, and Xiao He. 3 years ago, after entering the free and unfettered pavilion from the hidden city, they had been staying in the free and unfettered pavilion. Once Yi Qinghan entered the free and unfettered pavilion, he went straight into the training room and never came out again. 2 years ago, he asked Xiao He to come out and send a voice transmission to Elder Lu, which slightly calmed everyone down. After Xiao He came out, Yi Qingyu went into closed-door training in her bedroom. Yu Qingqing didn't go into closed-door training. Apart from accompanying Yi Qingwu in the free and unfettered pavilion, she played the zither by herself and cultivated her divine sound law. However, Yi Qingwu was deeply blaming herself. She blamed herself for being stunned in the sky above the hidden city. She always thought that Yi Ruoxue had died because of her, so she couldn't calm down and refine the divine crystal. Her temper was also becoming more and more irritable. I know. Yi Qingwu shook her head slightly, but the sparkles at the corner of her eyes betrayed her inner feelings. She wriggled her lips and said after a while, but I just can't forgive myself. I still miss my grandfather, I wonder how they are. It's useless no matter how much you think about it. All you have to do is cultivate. Apart from cultivating, what else can we do now? Yu Qingqing gently stroked Yi Qingwu's hair. Although Yi Qingwu was older than her, her mind was still that of a young girl. She couldn't grow up. If not for Yu Qingqing's comforting, she would have gone crazy by now. Just as she was about to continue comforting her, she suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise. Her black pearl-like eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in ecstasy, What is that? 7-colored auspicious clouds. Someone has become a god. Hee hee. Hee hee. Xiao He, who was jumping up and down in the garden, suddenly stopped. He stared at the sky with his small black eyes, his expression full of joy. Boom! Just now, a small 7-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the free and unfettered pavilion. The essence qi in the free and unfettered pavilion suddenly became 100 times denser than usual. A purple lightning bolt shot out from the 7-colored cloud and disappeared into the free and unfettered pavilion. Then, the 7-colored cloud also began to dissipate, finally turning into nothingness. Who became a god? Little Han. When Yu Shishue became a god, Yi Qingwu's cultivation level was very low. Thus, she was stunned when she saw this strange scene for the first time. Only when the purple lightning fell and the cloud dissipated did she remember Yu Qingqing's words. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide in joy. No. Yu Qingqing smiled slightly and shook her head. It's little Yu. The auspicious signs of becoming a god are much bigger than this. Little Yu became a god by refining a divine crystal, so it's much smaller. But, why did this 7-colored cloud and divine lightning appear in the free and unfettered pavilion? Let's go and take a look. Qing Han will probably come out of seclusion soon. Yi Qingwu was overjoyed when she heard this. She pulled Yu Qingqing and ran into the free and unfettered pavilion. Xiao He was already ahead of the two of them. He turned into a blur and flashed into the free and unfettered pavilion. Chapter 406. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't blame Yi Qingwu. He blamed himself. He was never one to push the blame to others when something went wrong. Not to mention the woman who pushed it to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Elder Lu to tell Yi Qingwu and the others that he had untied the knot in his heart and was cultivating, so that they would be at ease. He didn't untie it. He had never untied it. He had always been in a state of deep self-blame. He blamed himself for being careless and hated himself for being arrogant. Yi Ruoshui had offered to teleport them to the Purple Island, but he had rejected her. He had also wanted to ask Elder Lu to teleport him to the Purple Island, but he had rejected the idea in the end. Instead, he had chosen to bring them to the Purple Island while sightseeing. Perhaps his idea and intention were not wrong, but the ending was very wrong. In the first 20 years of his life, although he had narrowly escaped death several times, he had always been able to escape danger at the last moment with a series of fortuitous encounters. Along the way, his luck had been heaven-defying. He had been invincible under Duanren Feng, reckless on the God-slaying mountains Heavenly Road, frivolous in the barbaric mountains, and the massacre outside Tsang City. A 21-year-old sage, the continent's #1 genius, the #1 expert on the Earth list, the #1 person below the God realm, the admiration in everyone's eyes, the envy and jealousy in countless people's eyes, the endless praises from the God realm experts, and the unprecedented glory made him lose himself. It made him feel arrogant and wild, and made him forget the bright red color of the Yi family's castle. In the end, a dazzling firework bloomed above the hidden city. I saved the Yi family's hope, the fire dragon continent's hope. You will always be the Yi family's pride. Every time he thought of Yi Ruoshui's words before she died, he had an urge to die. Pride, he was the Yi family's pride, the fire dragon continent's pride. *T. Without the soul ring, there was no Xiao Hei. Yi Qinghan felt that he was a pile of *T, a pile of *T that the young masters of the Yi family were still wantonly trampling on. Without the soul ring, he would not be able to summon Xiao Hei. Without the soul ring, he would still be a useless person with blocked meridians. Perhaps he would have already died in the barbaric mountains. Without Xiao Hei, he was nothing. Perhaps he was not even qualified to be the 7th son of the Yi family. Perhaps at this moment, he would still be in a small town belonging to the Yi family, living an ordinary life with Yi Qingyu, an apathetic life. The more he thought about it, the more he mocked himself, and the more he felt that he was worthless. He thought about his arrogant declaration in Duanren Feng, his tyrannical orders in Luotian Mountain, and how he acted cool in Barbarian City, Barbarian Mountain Range, Tsang City, and the Hidden City. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was a pile of dog shit and an idiot. The more you act tough, the more you become a fool. In the first year, he hated himself, blamed himself deeply, and complained heavily. There were several times when he wanted to slap himself in the face. In the second year, he spent a year thinking clearly about one thing. He was an idiot, a worthless idiot. In the end, he spent another year and finally figured everything out. This wasn't a game. It wasn't an invincible cheat playing in another world. This was real life, and people could die. He was not alone now. There were too many people he needed to protect. If he did not keep a clear head at all times, perhaps someone would die in the next second. Perhaps it would be Yu Qingqing, perhaps it would be Yi Qingwu, or perhaps it would be all of them. Boom! At this moment, a sudden clap of thunder rang in his ears. A scene of colorful clouds and purple lightning falling involuntarily appeared in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. His whole body relaxed, and he laughed from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood. The knot in his heart that had been entangled for 3 years was finally undone. His mind had finally grown up at this moment. There was no self-blame, no disappointment, no anger, and no hatred on his face. There was only a calm face and a flash of battle intent in his eyes. He stood up and walked out. Squeak squeak. Xiao He walked quickly through the unfettered pavilion, his face full of excitement and joy. His small body twisted and turned in the air, expressing his joy. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing followed closely behind him and walked through the main hall. After turning out of the side hall, they came to a long corridor. This was where the bedrooms of the unfettered pavilion were located. 2 people and 1 beast walked straight to one of the bedrooms, only to find an old man in black standing at the door. His slender eyes were smiling at them and Xiao He. "Greetings, senior." Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing quickly bowed to greet him. Xiao He followed suit and stood up straight. He clasped his paws together and gestured to Elder Lu in a funny manner. "Hee, let's wait. Little Yu is still digesting the teleportation skill. She doesn't need to condense divine crystals. She will be out soon. Little Yu has finally become a deity. A 23-year-old deity." Yi Qingwu bent down and picked up Xiao He. She smiled at Elder Lu and exclaimed, "Lass, you can't settle down to cultivate. Otherwise, your speed of comprehension would be even faster than little Yu's. If you don't work hard, little Qingqing will catch up to you soon." Elder Lu chuckled. He had long regarded Yi Qinghan's 3 wives as his own granddaughters. Although his words seemed to be reprimanding Yi Qingwu, he was actually encouraging her to cultivate diligently. "Qingqing is a cultivation genius. I don't even see her cultivating. She only plays the guqin every day and has already reached the peak of the imperial realm in 3 years. Her divine sound law is too strange. Of course, I will work hard. Qingqing, you have to work hard too." Yi Qingwu was influenced by Yi Qingyu's breakthrough, and her mood became much better. She stuck out her pink tongue and clenched her fists tightly. She swore in her heart that she would immediately go into seclusion after Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion. She would not come out of seclusion until she reached the deity realm. Yu Qingqing smiled and struck while the iron was hot. "Sister Wu, you can do it. Don't be shameful if you haven't become a god when I've already become one." Creak. As they were chatting, the door to the room opened slowly. A frail lady in white walked out with a gentle and warm smile on her pretty face. When she saw them, she immediately revealed an innocent and warm smile, making them feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. "Greetings, Elder Lu and elder sisters. Xiao He, you are still so young." Yi Qingyu bowed to Elder Lu and patted Xiao He's head with a smile. "Hee, congratulations, little Yu. You have finally broken through to the deity realm and attained immortality. TSK, I realized that you've become a lot more beautiful." Yi Qingwu pulled Yi Qingyu over, held her hand, and carefully looked at her for a while before speaking mischievously. Yu Qingqing hurriedly held her other hand and congratulated her. Meanwhile, Xiao He jumped from Yi Qingwu's arms to Yi Qingyu's and rubbed against her affectionately. "Elder. You are also a deity realm expert. Calling me elder is a little confusing," Elder Lu said awkwardly as he stroked the sparse beard on his chin. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. "How about this? The 3 of you don't have to call me Elder Lu. Just follow little Han's example and call me Elder Lu." "Elder Lu. Elder. I think the 3 of us should call you Grandpa Lu. You are more than old enough to be our ancestor. Qingqing Xiaoyu, right?" Yi Qingwu blinked. She felt that calling Elder Lu by his name was a little disrespectful, so she suggested. When Yi Qingyu heard Elder Lu mention Yi Qinghan, she frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "Grandpa Lu, has my brother not come out of seclusion yet?" "Hee, little Yu has already become a deity. Why wouldn't I come out to take a look?" Before Elder Lu could speak, a gentle voice sounded from outside, causing the 3 of them to be stunned. Xiao He immediately chirped and jumped out of Yi Qingyu's arms, running into the distance. Chapter 407. Big brother, you finally came out of seclusion. I missed you so much. Xiao Hei turned around the corridor and threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. His small claws kept scratching Yi Qinghan's body, and the horn on his head rubbed against him. He hadn't seen Yi Qinghan for 2 years, so he missed him very much. Xiao Hei, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Why haven't you grown up? Don't worry, big brother is fine. Yi Qinghan patted Xiao Hei's hair dotingly, and transmitted his voice to him as he walked inside. Brother. Qinghan. Little Han. He turned a corner and walked to the corridor in front of the bedroom. Then, he saw 3 figures rushing towards him. Yi Qingyu threw herself at him with a sobbing voice and hugged him. Hee, girl, why are you crying? You have become a god, so you should be happy. Yi Qinghan hugged Yi Qingyu with one hand and patted her back. Then, he turned his head to look at Yu Qingqing, who was beaming with joy, and smiled. Finally, he looked at Yi Qingwu, who had a complicated expression on her face. He waved at them and said, Little Peach Blossom, Little Rose, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Don't you want to come and hug me? Oh. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan's face, which hadn't changed much since 3 years ago. She looked at the evil smile on his face, and saw his affectionate eyes, which were the same as 3 years ago. When she saw his eyes, Yi Qingwu's heart, which had been tangled for 3 years, was finally at ease. Yi Qinghan didn't blame her, nor did he hate her. He still loved her deeply, and he was still her little rose. She couldn't bear it anymore. She ran over in tears, stretched out her hands, and hugged Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. Then, she burst into tears. Yu Qingqing didn't hesitate either. She threw herself at Yi Qinghan and hugged him from behind. Tears gushed out from the corners of her eyes. The 3 years of separation made them feel as if they had been separated for several lifetimes. The 4 of them hugged each other tightly, and the 3 women cried tears of joy, causing the atmosphere in the corridor to suddenly become sad. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. Feeling the deep love from the 3 of them, the smile at the corner of his mouth became wider. The fighting spirit that occasionally flashed in his eyes also became firmer. Cough. I say, you 4, can you not treat this old man as transparent? Little Han, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and you're not even going to greet me. Elder Lu's teasing laughter caused the atmosphere to dissipate abruptly. When the 3 women heard this, they all blushed and let go of Yi Qinghan. They hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes, lowered their heads, and became slightly embarrassed. Hee, greetings, Elder Lu. I'm sorry to have caused everyone to worry. Yi Qinghan gave Elder Lu a grateful look. He looked at everyone apologetically and fell silent. He felt that the atmosphere was a little serious. He smiled at Yi Qingyu and said, How is it? Little Yu, how does it feel to become a god? Do you feel anything special? Yi Qinghan's change of topic piqued Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu's interest. They looked at Yi Qingyu curiously. The 2 of them had seen god-level elites before, but they didn't feel pressured when they saw Yi Qingyu. Instead, they felt that she was becoming more and more pitiful. How should I say this? The moment I became a god, I felt that the energy in my body was becoming more and more vigorous. Moreover, my body seemed to have become one with the divine crystal. The scenery around me was also different. I feel that this world is very fresh, very comfortable, and very warm. Yi Qingyu had just become a god, and there were many things that she had yet to explore. She could only rely on her own feelings and said, Brother, I feel that I can regain my black hair if I want to. But after so many years, I'm used to it, so I don't intend to regain it. White looks good too. Hee. When you become a god, the laws of heaven and earth will send down auspicious clouds and purple lightning to transform your body, giving you a long lifespan. It also means that heaven and earth have completely acknowledged you. Therefore, you will be more compatible with heaven and earth, and it will be easier for you to experience the wonders of heaven and earth. In other words, you will be one with heaven and earth. Elder Lu smiled and continued to explain when he saw that the few of them were curious. As for your divine crystal's fusion with your body, it is because you have comprehended the laws within the divine crystal, and the divine crystal has acknowledged you. The moment you become a god, this divine crystal truly belongs to you and is connected to your bloodline. Turning your hair black. Even if your limbs are broken, the divine crystal can slowly regenerate them, let alone change the color of your hair. This is because the divine crystal has recorded the characteristics of your body, just like the laws that you have comprehended. As long as the soul of an immortal is not destroyed, as long as the divine crystal is not destroyed, it is equivalent to an immortal body. That's amazing. I will start my secluded cultivation tomorrow and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Yi Qinghu stuck out her tongue, and a hopeful look appeared in her eyes. Yi Qinghan's affectionate look completely untied the knot in her heart, and her mood returned to the eccentric and pitiful state she had been 3 years ago. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate. After staying in this remote pavilion for 3 years, you must be tired of it. Go out and relax, and adjust your state of mind. Only then will you be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and smiled faintly. His calm temperament and abrupt words stunned the 3 girls slightly. Well, not bad, not bad. Little Han, you have finally grown up. Elder Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, and his goat-like face was full of smiles. Going to the Purple Island? Yes, thank you for your trouble, Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan nodded, and lowered his head to stroke Xiao Hei's head. He continued, let's go to the Purple Island to have some fun. If you want to cultivate, you can enter the Carefree Pavilion for secluded cultivation. After resting for a while, I will go into secluded cultivation again, and this time, I am afraid it will be very long. In these 3 years, Yi Qinghan's cultivation did not improve, but his state of mind had become extremely mature and firm. Things had already happened. Rather than wallowing in the silent regret of the past, it was better to work hard to grasp the present, cherish every day, and strive hard. Only by grasping the present could he have a better tomorrow. Only then could he do what he wanted to do, such as protecting his loved ones, and taking revenge. Yes. Yu Qingcheng and the others looked at Yi Qinghan, and did not say much, only nodding their heads. They could feel the pain suppressed in the depths of Yi Qinghan's heart beneath his calm and gentle appearance. As his women, they could not resolve this kind of pain, nor could they bear it for him. Only, the price of blood could make him pass away completely. Elder Lu did not say much. He closed his eyes and released his divine senses. After a while, he nodded at Yi Qinghan and said, let's go out. Yi Qinghan put Xiao Hei down and gave the 3 women a reassuring look. He and Elder Lu disappeared from the Carefree Pavilion. The last time they had entered the Carefree Pavilion, they had been in the sky above the hidden city. If they wanted to leave now, they could only appear in the same place. Elder Lu used his divine senses to scan the sky above the hidden city and locked onto the position of the Purple Island. After the 2 of them flashed out of the Carefree Pavilion, Elder Lu teleported with Yi Qinghan before their bodies could appear above the hidden city. However, the spatial fluctuations above the hidden city attracted the attention of some people. The island lord of the hidden island, who was fishing by the sea, tilted his head slightly. The 13 elders in the mountains outside the hidden city swept their gazes over the hidden city at the same time. In a restaurant in the hidden city, an old man wearing a bamboo hat was also shocked. He looked through the window at the sky, which had returned to its original state, and continued to drink his wine. All the sages in the city felt the fluctuations. However, when they looked over, the sky had returned to its original state. Chapter 408. Is this the Purple Island? Oh my God! It's so beautiful, I like it so much. Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu teleported to the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at it as he quickly opened the door to the carefree pavilion. He then flashed in and came out with the three ladies in Xiaohei. When they came out, the three ladies were stunned. Their eyes were filled with amazement and fascination. Yi Qingguo even cried out involuntarily. The few of them stood on a small hill and looked over. Their eyes were filled with purple flowers, purple grass, purple trees, purple stones, and even the sky was emitting a faint purple glow. The Purple Island was huge, and they couldn't see the end of it. The terrain of the Purple Island was very flat. There were only a few small hills. At the foot of the hill, there was a small valley with a small pond. Beside the pond, there was a herd of antelopes with purple rings all over their bodies drinking water. They were startled by Yi Qingguo's voice and started running around in a panic. Apart from the yellow soil, there was only a small amount of green grass and trees. Everything else was purple. The entire Purple Island seemed to be covered with a layer of purple wedding dress. It was dreamy and beautiful. Ahem. Don't be in a hurry to look. Let me tell you something. You must remember it well. Otherwise, you will be killed immediately. No one will be able to save you. Elder Lu's dry cough and his words attracted their attention. Once they heard that it was a serious matter, they didn't dare to be careless. They all listened attentively. There are 11 islands in the Purple Island. The other 10 islands can't be seen by the naked eye. Moreover, they aren't in the Flame Dragon Plain. There is a transportation array in the center of the Purple Island. You can teleport there. That is the passageway to the Immortal Realm. We are now on the first island of the Purple Island. It is also the safest place in the Flame Dragon Plain. Do you see the purple glow in the sky? This is the restriction of the Purple Island. Anyone who releases battle chi or attacks with battle chi on this island will trigger the restriction of the Purple Island and be killed immediately. There are no exceptions. Therefore, you must remember that on this Purple Island, don't even use your battle chi. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Only then will you be absolutely safe. Don't even run your battle chi. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. He knew that Elder Lu was worried about their safety. However, when he thought of Xiaohei, who was in his arms, he asked curiously, "Where is Xiaohei?" Xiaohei can't walk around here. Magical beasts that haven't reached godhood are fine. Actually, the only way to activate the restrictions here is to use the elemental energy of heaven and earth to attack. For example, you could kill those antelopes with your physical strength, but you couldn't use battle chi or the laws of heaven and earth to attack. Xiaohei has not become a god yet, so his attacks are completely based on his body's instincts. Therefore, Xiaohei is safe here. Elder Lu chuckled as he looked at Xiaohei and explained. GG. Yi Qinghan had told Xiaohei not to move the moment he came out. Now that he heard Elder Lu's explanation, he immediately became excited. He jumped out of Yi Qinghan's arms and ran toward the herd of antelopes. He had been cooped up in the distant pagoda for 3 years. Oh, right. If Master Divine Butcher comes here and attacks with his willpower, will he activate the restrictions? Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a question. Although he had already guessed it, he still asked to be safe. Willpower is also a type of law of heaven and earth. If Master Divine Butcher comes here, he won't dare to attack. He's just a cripple. Humph. If he dares to come, I will smash him. Without willpower, he's nothing. Elder Lu raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "Rest assured and stay here. This restriction can prevent divine senses from probing. I think he won't find out for a while." Even if he does, it'll be fine. Grandpa Lu, I would like to ask you something. Can I understand the divine sound law here? I'm just playing the guqin. It won't affect my battle chi. Yu Qingqing suddenly thought of a problem. The divine sound law that she understood was a special soul-type law. Therefore, understanding the laws was the most important thing. She didn't need to cultivate her battle chi. It would slowly improve along with her soul. She liked this place very much. She had a feeling that cultivating here would definitely be faster than cultivating in the Carefree Pagoda. Therefore, she asked nervously. It's all right. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, you just have to remember not to release your battle chi. It's best if you seal your meridians temporarily and don't let your battle chi circulate. You can do anything else. Also, it's easier to understand the laws of heaven and earth if you cultivate here. Alright, you can play here. I'm going back to cultivate. After explaining, Elder Lu tactfully entered the Carefree Pagoda through the main door, leaving the space for Yi Qinghan and the others. He was also an experienced person and knew that absence made the heart grow fonder. Yi Qinghan was prepared to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, he didn't intend to close the passageway to the Carefree Pagoda. This way, the three ladies in Shaohei could come and go at any time. In any case, outsiders couldn't enter the Carefree Pagoda. Even if Master Divine Butcher came, he wouldn't dare to refine this door. GG. Boss, I want to eat barbecued meat. I haven't had barbecued meat in a long time. As soon as Elder Lu left, Shaohei shot over from afar. His tiny body was dragging a purple-striped antelope that was many times bigger than him. He excitedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Hee, all of you seal your meridians. I'll barbecued meat for you and let you have a taste of my cooking. Yi Qinghan sealed his meridians and smiled at them. He strode toward Shaohei, grabbed the antelope in his mouth, and walked toward the pond. Yay! I haven't had meat in 3 years. I'm dying of craving. When Yi Qingwu heard that there was barbecued meat to eat, she immediately sealed her meridians and rushed toward Yi Qinghan with a cheer. At the pond, the few of them had a delicious meal and enjoyed hot meat that they hadn't had in 3 years. After that, Yi Qinghan started to get busy. He took out a large number of items from his carefree ring, took out the slaughter god blade, and chopped a few big trees to build their little nest on the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan had bought a lot of things in the Black Tortoise City and the Hidden City. He was prepared to build a little Cold Heart Pavilion on the Purple Island. After all, they weren't going to stay here for a day or two. Of course, he couldn't let them sleep in the wilderness. When the three ladies saw that they were going to build their own little nest, they got excited. All of them sealed their meridians and started to help Yi Qinghan with his work. However, Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing were born as young mistresses. They had never done such things before. Instead, they seemed to be making things more difficult the more they helped. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu decisively let the two of them watch from the side. They only helped to pass some tools. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu's father had passed away when they were young, and their mother was bedridden. Their status in the clan was low, but they were very familiar with these menial tasks. Although their battle chi was sealed, their cultivation base was very high. Their physical qualities were comparable to ordinary general realm experts. Hence, it was very easy for them to do these ordinary tasks. After a busy day, before night fell, a small purple pavilion had already appeared out of thin air beside the small pond. The pavilion was very small, and it only had a small hall, 4 rooms, and a few small rooms. The construction was also very simple. Not to mention the Cold Heart Pavilion, it was far inferior to Yi Qingwu's graceful dance garden. However, it was obvious that the 4 of them were in a good mood and were very satisfied. This was the love nest that the 4 of them had built together. Night fell, and a bright moon rose in the sky. The gentle light shone through the purple light barrier on the purple island and covered the entire island. The entire purple island was enveloped in a beautiful purple light. Clang, clang, in front of the pavilion, in a simple courtyard, Yi Qinghan reclined on an ancient vine bench. Yi Qingguo and Yi Qingyu quietly leaned on his two sides. Xiao He was also quietly curled up on the table next to him and dozed off. Yu Qingqing sat cross-legged in the courtyard and played the zither. The melodious sound of the zither echoed throughout the purple island, making the beautiful night even more mysterious and elegant. After one song, Yi Qinghan lazily stood up and stretched. He suddenly said to the three of them in a serious tone, "I really want to live with you like this without any worries until the end of time. However, there are some things that I must do. I am very sorry, I can only accompany you for 5 days. After that, I will have to go into seclusion." 5 days. Yes. The three of them looked at Yi Qinghan at the same time and sighed in surprise. They had been separated for 3 years, but they could only meet for 5 days. After that, they would have to separate again. However, the three of them didn't say anything. They only stood up and leaned towards Yi Qinghan. They all understood that Yi Qinghan was working hard and fighting for the sake of being able to stay together like this forever. A short separation was for an eternity. Yi Qinghan looked at the three beautiful and sensible women with a trace of gratification in his eyes. He looked deeply at the three of them and suddenly smiled evilly. Hee, there is not much time left. Everyone should rest early. Then, the three of you should discuss among yourselves, who should I spend the night chatting with? How about all three? Chapter 409. Parting for 3 years, parting for a short time and newlyweds. 3 years was obviously not a short time, so tonight was more important than a newlyweds. When the three of them heard Yi Qinghan's words, their eyes clearly lit up. Then, a blush appeared on their faces at the same time, and they lowered their eyebrows shyly without saying a word. "Brother, what shameful words are you saying? I'm going back to sleep." Yi Qingyu twitched her nose, looked at Yi Qingguo and Yu Qingqing, and turned to leave. Her temperament was the kindest, and she was very clear that tonight, the three of them actually wanted Yi Qinghan to accompany them, to talk about the pain of parting. But there was only one Yi Qinghan, so she very obediently withdrew, leaving Yi Qinghan to the other two. "Qinghan, Sister Xiao Wu has suffered these 3 years, you should properly accompany her." Yu Qingqing's temperament was indifferent. When she saw Yi Qingyu leave, she immediately thought of Yi Qingwu's loneliness and self-blame in these 3 years. She smiled at Yi Qinghan and transmitted her voice to him, then picked up the jade zither and said to Yi Qingguo, "I'm tired, I'm going back to rest first. Sister Xiao Wu, will trouble you to accompany our lord husband." "Ah. I'm tired too, little Han. I'm leaving." Yi Qingguo saw that the two of them had left, and was even more embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue at Yi Qinghan, and hurriedly turned to run away. But just as she turned around, she was tightly hugged by 2 strong and powerful big hands. "Where do you think you're going?" "Tonight, it's you, hee, my little rose, serve your husband well." Yi Qinghan carried Yi Qingguo horizontally, and lowered his head to smile at her. Under the purple moonlight, a face that was as pure as it was 3 years ago, and a body that was getting more and more plump. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and directly rushed towards the largest room. He rushed into the room and closed the door with one foot. He sent a telepathic message to Xiao He, asking it to stand guard. After that, he directly threw Yi Qingguo onto the big bed. He exerted strength in his calves and pounced on her, hugging her delicate body and kissing her violently. Yi Qingguo wanted to say something, but she felt Yi Qinghan's burning passion and smelled the familiar manly scent that she hadn't smelled for 3 years. She thought back to the pain she had suffered in her heart over the past 3 years. She thought back to Yi Qinghan's pain. She thought back to Yi Qinghan's passionate gaze when he had come out of seclusion. She thought back to the crazy times the two of them had spent together in the Chilling Heart Pavilion and the Carefree Pavilion. Her heart instantly felt as if it had been ignited. Her entire body heated up, and she went crazy. She didn't say anything else, and she didn't have any misgivings. Instead, she pushed Yi Qinghan onto the big bed, and her beautiful legs directly straddled his body. She smiled charmingly at Yi Qinghan and leaned down. Her beautiful red lips directly blocked Yi Qinghan's slightly open mouth, and she began kissing Yi Qinghan like crazy. Her lily-white hand stroked Yi Qinghan's face and lower body. After that, her lily-white hands trembled slightly as she began to undress him. However, as she undressed him, she realized that she couldn't untie him. In the end, she actually began to forcefully tear at Yi Qinghan's robes. Gulp. Gulp. Looking at Yi Qingwu, who was constantly twisting on his body like a wild cat in heat, Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and his eyes bulged. He also began to desperately tear at Yi Qingwu's clothes. He had been holding back for 3 years, and the fire of lust in his heart had long burned his eyebrows. For a moment, the air was filled with torn clothes, and the two shining white bodies were constantly twisting. The room suddenly became boundless. He accompanied the three of them for 5 days. Every day, he didn't think about anything, and he didn't do anything. He only brought the three of them and Xiao Hei to wander around the Purple Island. He enjoyed the unique and beautiful scenery of the Purple Island, and felt the relaxed and comfortable life. However, once night fell, Yi Qinghan became busy. He took turns shuttling back and forth between the 3 rooms. He devoted his deep love and boiling hot bodily fluids to the 3 of them. Every night, there would be a low panting sound in the valley, and 3 different styles of extremely suppressive tenderness. The knot in Yi Qingwu's heart was finally untied under the persuasion of Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing. She had completely recovered her mischievous and eccentric self in the past. The 5 days of life were very fulfilling, and also very sweet. The only thing that made Yi Qinghan feel a little regretful was that the 3 of them were firmly against sleeping on the same bed, and then making love together. This made Yi Qinghan's long-awaited dream of having a naked party become a bubble. Little Qingqing, little you, I'm going in. Remember, if there's anything, we'll talk about it after entering the free and unfettered pavilion. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. Elder Lu will leave a trace of his divine sense outside, so you can cultivate in peace. Yu Qingqing decided to cultivate outside, and Yi Qingyu was not in a hurry to cultivate either. She had just become a god, and there was still a lot of knowledge that needed to be digested, such as teleportation and the release of divine sense. Moreover, they had sealed their meridians, so they were not worried about triggering the restriction formation. As for the divine sense, it belonged to the use of the soul, so it would not trigger the restriction formation. Thus, Yi Qingyu decided to accompany Yu Qingqing on the Purple Island. As for Xiao Hei, Yi Qinghan, who was in seclusion, he naturally chose to play on the Purple Island. The black kirin fruit that Lord Devour had given him had been completely refined. Now, he only needed to digest it slowly, so he did not need to cultivate at all. Yi Qingwu decided to enter the Carefree Pavilion to cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal as soon as possible, and become a god as soon as possible. Of course, Yi Qinghan decided to place the Carefree Pavilion's teleportation gate in the small courtyard. It was not closed, so he could come and go at any time. The Purple Island could not use the essence qi, so there was no danger. Thus, Yi Qinghan was not worried. After giving some instructions, he directly walked into the Carefree Pavilion with Yi Qingwu. They did not talk much, nor did they feel sad about parting. They were both beautiful women. They just looked at Yi Qinghan encouragingly, and then gently waved their hands. Boss, try your best to cultivate. I feel that after I finish digesting this black kirin fruit, in about 6 or 7 years, I will enter the mature realm. At that time, I will become a divine beast, and you still haven't reached the sacred realm. It will be really embarrassing. Xiao He chirped, sending him a message. His two small eyes were full of reluctance. He had been summoned by Yi Qinghan in that valley. After that, he had never left him. The last time he left him was 2 years ago, and he didn't know how long they would be apart this time. Although he could feel Yi Qinghan's existence through his soul, he couldn't communicate with him or play with him, which was really uncomfortable. Believe me. I will become a god as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan smiled. His smile was bright and confident. Then, he took Yi Qinggu and walked into the teleportation gate of the Carefree Pavilion without turning his head back. The sky in Tsang City was a little gloomy, although it had been sunny recently. 3 years ago, the pagans had descended. Outside Tsang City, a pig slaughtering knife dripping with blood and Lord Devour had attacked. Tsang City's reputation had almost overshadowed the entire God City. Many people came to Tsang City with respect and gratitude. After that, many people had settled down in Tsang City. At that time, they had thought that Tsang City was the safest place, the holy city that could protect them. However, a giant gold hand had slapped the mountain behind the Yi family and even smashed the ancestral grave of the Yi family into pieces. Then, that intimidating bald man had issued an order that the Yi family's members couldn't leave Tsang City. They had thought that this time, it would be the same as the time when the pagans had descended. The god of the Yi family would stand up, and the pig slaughtering knife would continue to drip blood, tearing that damn bald man into pieces. However, they were disappointed. No one from the Yi family dared to accept the challenge. Thus, they started to feel restless. Half of the Moon Queen, an expert from the God City with a garlic nose, led a group of people to move into Tsang City. They immediately accepted the protection of Tsang City and sealed off the city. This time, the god of the Yi family still didn't appear. They started to panic. Some people even started to flee with their families. After a while, a rumor spread from the hidden city. The god of the Yi family. He actually died. He self-destructed in front of millions of people in the hidden city. This time, many residents of Tsang City were completely terrified. They started to think of ways to leave Tsang City. However, the god-slaying guards didn't care much about these ordinary people leaving. Half a year later, the once bustling main city gradually became desolate and quiet. It became somewhat lifeless. The sky in Tsang City also became gloomy. Chapter 4:10. The members of the Yi family did not leave. Of course, it was not that no one wanted to leave, but Yi Baihu had sealed up the Yi family's castle. No one from the Yi family was allowed to enter or leave. Those who wanted to escape were dragged to the torture hall and executed in front of everyone. Yi Ruoxue was dead. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu were nowhere to be found. The Yi family had suffered the greatest loss in history. Faced with the crazy divine master too, they could not provoke him and did not dare to. This was because the Yi family could not afford to be hurt. Yi Baihu was afraid that this provocation would bring a real disaster to the Yi family, a disaster that could wipe them out. Yi Tianlong went into seclusion. Yi Qingniu went into seclusion. Yi Baihu did not hide anything about the situation that the Yi family was facing. He announced everything to everyone in the Yi family. After hearing Yi Baihu's words, most of them did not say anything and went back. Yi Chong went into seclusion. Yi Tianqing went into seclusion. Yi Tianqing. Countless members of the Yi family gritted their teeth and went into seclusion. They did not know what would happen to the Yi family and whether the Yi family would be wiped out. All they knew was to cultivate. To work hard. To do everything they could to cultivate. Even though they did not know what was the use of cultivating. How long could they cultivate and what realm could they reach? Yi Ruoshui's death and the palm strike from the Divine Master at the back of the mountain had infuriated all the members of the Yi family. His domineering announcement had triggered the desire for survival in the Yi family. All the members of the Yi family understood a cruel fact. If they wanted to survive and take revenge, they could only cultivate. The sky in the God City was gloomy because the Divine Master's face had never been clear. The God Massacre guards were filled with hope as they waited for the Divine Master's good news. However, after the Divine Master went out, he did not say anything when he returned. He just asked the burning God guards to find another 10 young girls. After that, a series of screams and cries rang out in the study again. The 4 of them didn't dare to ask anything and quietly waited outside the study for news. Unexpectedly, the Divine Lord remained silent. He would only let the burning God guards bring people in every 2 days to carry the corpses out. Half of the Moon Queen, the Massacre God Guard, couldn't take it anymore and asked. However, what he got in return was a palm strike that caused him to be bedridden for half a year. The Divine Master too did not give up. He used his divine senses to search for Yi Qinghan for a year, but to no avail. After a year, he was tired. After giving an order, he fell silent. The God-slaying guards were sent to Tsang City, while the God-slaying guards brought countless soul slaves and secret guards to scatter across the continent to search for news of Yi Qinghan. The entire sky above the continent darkened because of Master God Tu's furious attack. The deity realm experts of the 3 prefectures and 1 island all issued orders at the same time. They were not to provoke anyone from the Divine City, or they would be killed on the spot. They were afraid that if the Divine Lord was enraged, the continent would repeat the scene that happened thousands of years ago. Master God too had not made a move for thousands of years, but once he did, he shocked all the experts on the continent. This made them feel gloomy. The gloominess of the continent's deity realm experts spread to the sages, and then to the rest of the continent. Unknowingly, the continent's sky became very oppressive and gloomy. A few days ago, the spatial fluctuation in the sky above the hidden city had caused a slight tremor in the deathly silent mainland. Yi Qinghan disappeared from the hidden city. Therefore, the hidden city became the place that all the major forces paid the most attention to. The people from the House of Aries hoped to receive news of him. They hoped that his appearance would bring a ray of light to the human race. The barbarian race, demon race, and God City hoped that his appearance would release the Divine Lord's anger and restore peace to the continent. Although the fluctuation disappeared very quickly, it was obvious that many people were not willing to give up. The scouts from all the forces on the continent started to move and search everywhere. When the deity realm experts of the continent received the news, they also continued to use their divine senses to search. However, they still could not find Yi Qinghan. In the end, they gave up again. They thought that Yi Qinghan might have returned to his spatial divine item. However, countless scouts replaced their divine senses and continued to search everywhere on the continent. Yi Qinghan was indeed in his spatial divine item. After entering the unfettered pavilion, he encouraged Yi Qingwu and asked her to go back to her room to refine the divine crystal. Then, he teleported to Dark Moon's room. He would be in seclusion for a long time this time, so he wanted to see this poor lady. Dark Moon was still lying quietly on the jade bed like a sleeping beauty. 3 years had passed, but her appearance had not changed at all. It seemed like Elder Lu had fed her some youthful spirit medicine. It might be very difficult for ordinary people to maintain their appearance and not let the marks of time remain on their bodies. On the continent, only the Yu family's youthful pill had this effect, and it was very rare. The Yu family had only given 3 youthful pills to the 3 of them as dowry. It was very easy for deity realm experts to maintain their youth, and it was even easier for Elder Lu. Although there were not many elixirs in the divine realm that could maintain one's vitality, they were not particularly precious either. Don't worry, Dark Moon. One day, I will wake you up. And it won't take long. Yi Qinghan kissed Dark Moon's plump red lips lightly, smiled, and turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Elder Lu, he walked into the technique practicing room and sat cross-legged. However, he did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he started to think carefully about some problems. He was thinking about how he could take revenge and kill Master God Tuesday. Previously, Yi Ruoshui and the other four had told him not to kill Master God Tuesday, otherwise, he might be hunted down by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team, and the Divine Realm might destroy the Fire Dragon continent. He did not care about this point. To save Dark Moon, he had to kill Tuesday. To avenge Yi Ruoshui, he had to kill Tuesday. If the people of the Fire Dragon continent wanted to get rid of their fate of being kept in captivity, he had to kill Tuesday. He did not believe that the Divine Realm would be enraged and destroy the Fire Dragon plane if Tu was killed. Elder Lu had said that there were tens of billions of existential planes like the Flame Dragon plane. Could the Immortal Realm manage every single one of them? When the foreign tribes came, the Golden Horn celestial race destroyed the Divine City. How could the Divine Realm not do anything? Even if the sky was destroyed, wasn't there still the powerful Lord Devourer? Since he had decided to kill Tu, he did not hesitate. Instead, he started to think about how and what he would use to kill Tu. There was no need to think about Lord Devourer. This woman was as cold as an iceberg. She did not do anything even after Yi Ruoshui died. Even if he committed suicide in front of her, she would not even look at him. Elder Lu was not Tu's match, let alone the other God-class experts. As for Yi Qingyu and the other two, even if they finished refining the divine crystals, they would only be at the peak of the heavenly God realm like Elder Lu unless they broke through to the God General realm. However, was it possible that Elder Lu had not broken through after thousands of years? He started to think about all the treasures that could increase his strength. The Soul Ring was his strongest treasure. After all, it was the Soul Emperor's ring. It was a pity that it was damaged. After searching for a long time, he only found a healing ability. He also asked Elder Lu how to repair it. However, Elder Lu said that it was impossible to repair it without going to the Divine Realm. As for the other treasures, he did not need to consider them. The only things left were a divine sword and a slaughter god blade of unknown grade. He was not used to using the divine sword, and he had not found any other powerful abilities for the slaughter god blade. After thinking about it for half a day, he realized that the only things he could rely on were the space law and the body fusion technique. After spending half a day, he thought through everything. He also had a clear goal. That was to comprehend the space law and break through to the heavenly God realm. Chapter 411. Of the 5 profound mysteries of the law of space, Yi Qinghan had only comprehended the 2 fundamental mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown. There were 2 paths to becoming a god. The first was to comprehend the other 3 fundamental mysteries. The second was to fuse the 2 fundamental mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown into the elementary mystery of space. This path of cultivation was confirmed, but Yi Qinghan felt like a blind man walking at a crossroad. He knew there was a path ahead, but he didn't know where to go. He had no idea what the other 3 profound mysteries of space were. As for fusing the profound mysteries, he had no idea at all. Moreover, he couldn't ask others about the comprehension of the laws, because Elder Lu had once told him that one had to comprehend the profound mysteries on their own. If other experts guided you, not only would you not be able to comprehend it faster, it would easily lead you astray, and you would never be able to make any progress. Although I can directly become a god by fusing the profound mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown, it's obviously extremely difficult. Otherwise, the Sword Sovereign would have reached the peak of the heavenly god level after thousands of years. There's no need to think about this path. I'd better comprehend the other 3 profound mysteries. After a brief consideration, Yi Qinghan decisively gave up on the path of fusing the 2 profound mysteries to become a god. Even a heavenly god would need 1,000 years to do so. As a saint, he would definitely not succeed even if his brain exploded. Then the only path left was to comprehend the three profound mysteries of space. He turned around and faced the smooth wall on his left. He relaxed his entire body and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He circulated his battle chi in his eyes and stared at the wall. He decided to continuously comprehend the painting of the beach and see if he could quickly comprehend the profound mysteries. Last time, it was because he had comprehended a trace of the concept of the painting of the beach in a drop of water. When he had intercourse with Yu Qingqing, he had entered a deep state of his soul. That was why he was lucky enough to comprehend the profound mysteries of spatial ripple and break through to the Saint Realm. As expected, after reaching the Saint Realm, this painting is different. Yi Qinghan saw that the wall was constantly glowing, and then he saw the familiar painting of the beach. This time was obviously different from the last time. Last time, the mountains were not mountains, and the water was not water. Sometimes it felt very blurry, and sometimes it felt very clear. The sky full of raindrops fell from time to time, and sometimes it stopped. Everything seemed to be unpredictable. But now, it was completely blurry. At this moment, he could see everything. He could feel the surging waves, the falling raindrops, and the countless holes on the beach. However, everything was blurry and hazy, as if his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. This feeling was very strange. He couldn't see anything clearly, but he could feel everything. And this time, the time he lasted was twice as long as the previous time. A moment later, the scene in front of him disappeared, and he felt dizzy again. After recovering for a long time, he finally woke up. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes and began to digest what he had just seen. But strangely, he suddenly realized that he couldn't remember what he had just seen. He had no memory at all. Interesting, this picture really contains endless mysteries of space. It's 2F** King mysterious. I can't believe there's nothing left. Yi Qinghan laughed. He wasn't afraid of the mysteries of this picture, he was afraid that it wouldn't change. Now that there was a change, it would be easy. After resting for a moment, he continued to operate the battle aura in his eyes and continued to comprehend. Clang clang, in a small valley on the Purple Island, the sound of a zither could be heard from time to time. This sound was so melodious and clear, like the mountain spring playing in the Green Mountains. It was so elegant and free, like the majestic wind drifting over the willow branches. It was so gentle and beautiful, like the fluttering butterflies in the midst of hundreds of flowers. It was so cold and noble, like the red plum blossoms dancing in the snow. Under the effect of this magical zither music, a very strange thing happened in the entire valley. There was a pool in the valley, and it was the drinking place of the nearby magical beasts. But a few months ago, a small beast came. The small beast was very terrifying. None of the nearby magical beasts could resist it. Even the most powerful level 8 magical beast, the black leopard, died tragically under its claws. And all the magical beasts didn't dare to move under its imposing aura, let alone resist. So a few months ago, this valley became a forbidden area for the nearby magical beasts. But not long after, a beautiful sound came from the valley from time to time. All the nearby magical beasts who heard this sound felt very comfortable and warm. They actually unconsciously walked towards the valley. Then they lay in front of the small courtyard and began to close their eyes, listening to the sound with great enjoyment. Before the sound of the zither stopped, the whole valley was densely packed with countless magical beasts. Even the trees in front of the courtyard were covered with all kinds of magical beasts. When the sound of the zither stopped, all the magical beasts suddenly woke up. Looking at the black small beast above the courtyard, all the magical beasts ran away in fear. But the next day, they were attracted by the beautiful sound again. When the sound of the zither stopped, they woke up and ran away again. After a while, they stopped running. Because the black small beast, for some reason, had stopped hunting them. Instead, it lay on the roof of the courtyard and dozed off every day. So a strange scene began to appear in the valley. When the sound of the zither started, countless magical beasts would orderly walk over from all directions. Then, they would lie in front of the courtyard in an even more orderly manner, quietly listening to the beautiful sound of the zither. When the sound of the zither stopped, they would slowly and leisurely walk away. Some of these magical beasts were strong, and some were weak. Some were even natural enemies. But none of the magical beasts dared to fight in the valley. They didn't dare to make a sound. They only listened quietly and then quietly left. This day happened to be the 4th month that Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion in the free pavilion. Yu Qingqing had just finished playing the zither with a faint smile. Then, she stood up happily and stretched her body, revealing her perfect curves. The door to the room next to her suddenly opened. Yi Qingyu, with her silver hair draped over her shoulders, walked out like a fairy from the forest. "Little Yu, you've finally come out of seclusion." Yu Qingqing's smile widened. She took a few steps forward and took Yi Qingyu's hand as she spoke affectionately. He. Xiao He, who had been dozing off, was also startled awake. She flew down from the roof and threw herself into Yi Qingyu's arms, calling out affectionately. Congratulations, big sister. You've actually broken through to the sage realm. Your divine sound law is too amazing. How can your cultivation speed be so fast? I feel like you've actually broken through after just a short period of seclusion. Yi Qingyu had just mastered the knowledge in her head in 4 months. She had learned how to release her divine sense and had also stabilized her god-tier cultivation. She didn't feel like she had been in seclusion for a long time. When she came out, she discovered that Yu Qingqing had broken through to the sage realm. Actually, when I entered the deep state of spiritual stillness, I had already comprehended 2 types of divine sound profound mysteries. I have only comprehended 2 of them to the great perfection stage. 4 months ago, I was almost at the great perfection stage. This isn't surprising at all. Yu Qingqing smiled as she explained. Of course, she was also very proud of her cultivation speed and her unique nomological laws. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected the divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had given her. Stop chatting. Both of you enter the unfettered pavilion. Someone has entered the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu was just about to sigh when a voice suddenly rang out from the unfettered pavilion's transportation gate in the corner of the courtyard, startling the 2 of them. They turned around in shock and saw Elder Lu walking out with a black metal rod in his hand. The 2 of them were stunned. Without any hesitation, they dashed toward the gate and disappeared into the transportation passageway behind the gate. When Xiao He heard Elder Lu's words, he didn't follow the 2 of them. Instead, he leaped onto Elder Lu's shoulder. Elder Lu wasn't offended. Instead, he smiled and said, "Let's go, Xiao He. Let's go meet our guest from afar." Chapter 4:12. Purple Island had always been one of the main targets of the continent's forces. In the first 3 years of Yi Qinghan's seclusion, Divine Master Tu Du had personally come to the island twice, and countless spies would come to the island every few months to investigate. However, Purple Island, like the barbaric mountains and the misty forest, had many powerful magical beasts. These spies only wandered around and didn't dare to go too deep. Purple Island was the most troublesome and dangerous. Outside the island, there were 3 groups of people coming from 3 different directions. They were the Divine City's Secret Guard, the Demon Shadow Leopard Clan, and the Hua family's assassins. These 3 groups actually knew each other's existence, but it was obvious that the Hua family's Secret Guard and the Demon Clan had taken a detour to avoid the Divine City's Secret Guard. They circled around Purple Island and came to the island from 2 other directions. All of you, seal your meridians and spread out to investigate. Release the signal if anything happens. The divine city's secret guard were all covered in golden robes, as if afraid that others wouldn't know they were from the divine city. The leader at the front waved his hand, and the dozens of people behind him spread out, but their speed was obviously not fast. With their meridians sealed and without the support of battle aura, their strength was greatly reduced by the strength of their bodies. This was also the reason why the spies were unwilling to come to Purple Island to investigate. There were a few upper-tier magical beasts here, and their leader was only at the peak of the Overlord realm. Without the support of battle aura, he was only at the peak of the noble realm. If they encountered a magical beast of the 8th level, they would die if they didn't run fast enough. Compared to the Divine City spies, the Demon Shadow Leopard clan and the Hua family's assassins were much more relaxed. Needless to say, the Hua family's existence made them the most powerful scouts on the continent. Although they couldn't use battle aura on Purple Island and could only sneak around for a short while, it was more than enough to save their lives. The Shadow Leopard clan was the fastest clan on the continent. Even without the support of demon power, they were still much faster than others of the same level. Once the spies of the 3 clans arrived on the island, they spread out. They were very cautious and didn't dare to make a sound. They quietly moved through the purple bushes. GG. Blackie took the lead. His body moved like lightning as he traversed the Purple Island. His little face was full of excitement. After being locked up in the Carefree Pavilion for 3 years, it was very excited when it first came to the Purple Island. However, after staying on the island for half a day, the Moon Queen became bored again. There were only 6 level 8 magical beasts on the island. The black-striped panther closest to the valley was easily killed by it, so there were only 5 left. The rest of the magical beasts didn't even need to fight against a divine beast that was about to mature and whose strength had reached the sage level. They just felt the faint divine power that was inadvertently released from its body and immediately submitted to it. Therefore, it began to feel bored again. It didn't even bother to look at the magical beasts that were attracted by Yuqingqing's zither every day, nor did it have the interest to torture and kill them. This was like letting an adult bully a child. It might be interesting at first, but it would become boring after a long time. Now that it heard that someone had come to the island, it was naturally excited again, like a bored child who had discovered a novel toy. Elder Lu had said that with its low-tier sage level strength, it would be fine even if a god-grade expert came. It was absolutely safe on the Purple Island. Of course, what Elder Lu said was also wrong. In fact, Xiao He was absolutely safe in the entire Fire Dragon Plain. With Lord Devour's existence, even if the god-grade experts of the Fire Dragon continent were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to hurt Xiao He. Of course, the abnormal Lord God too was an exception. Xiao He, wait. Elder Lu's telepathic message made Xiao He's sprinting figure stop. It looked at Elder Lu with its 2 shining eyes in puzzlement. Hee, I saw someone coming to the island just now. I thought it was a group of experts who had discovered our existence. Now that I have investigated carefully, it turns out that it is a group of scouts. Then, we don't have to expose ourselves. Elder Lu reached out to stroke his beard, his eyes twinkling as he pondered. GG. Although Xiao He couldn't speak and could only transmit telepathic messages to Yi Qinghan through their souls, it could easily understand the human language. Did this mean that there was no need to expose themselves? That meant that it couldn't play with them. It glared at Elder Lu with its eyes bulging in disappointment and let out 2 angry cries, as if to express its protest. Don't be angry. Elder Lu, of course, knew what Xiao He was thinking from its expression. He chuckled and suddenly bent over to whisper a few words to Xiao He. GG. Xiao He's eyes lit up as it understood what Elder Lu meant. It quickly stood up and nodded its head like a human. Its 2 claws danced in the air as it became extremely excited. Hee. There are 3 groups of people on the island now. The one in the north belongs to the House of Aries. Don't hurt them, just drive them out of the Purple Island. As for the one in the west and the one in the south, you can play with them as long as you don't expose yourself. Elder Lu smiled and pointed at Xiao He. He then waved his hand, indicating that it could play to its heart's content. GG. Xiao He was so happy that it somersaulted twice in the air before it turned into a sharp sword and dashed toward the island. Elder Lu smiled faintly and pondered for a moment. Then, his figure flashed and followed. Xiao He's identity was unusual. Although he knew that nothing would happen to him on the Purple Island, he still felt that it was safer to follow him. There were 5 upper-level 8 magical beasts on the Purple Island, but there were more than 10 lower-level 8 magical beasts and countless lower-level 6, 7 and 7 magical beasts. Xiao He continued to traverse through the dense forest of the Violet Island. The countless magical beasts in the forest were startled by the sight of this small figure. Then, they all trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Xiao He didn't even look at them. He didn't stop and ran toward the nearest upper-level 8 magical beast, the horned black python's cave. Chi, the horned black python sensed 2 powerful auras rushing towards it from afar. It hurriedly drilled out of its cave and raised its triangular head, which was larger than a human's body. A single white horn flickered with a faint black light. Its blood-red triangular eyes stared coldly in front of it. Its mouth was wide open, revealing its white teeth and scarlet tongue. The chilling aura it exuded was enough to make people shudder. GG. However, when it heard this familiar voice and the small black figure that was rushing toward it, its triangular eyes suddenly shrank. The triangular eyes suddenly shrank, and the cold light inside suddenly softened. The huge head that was raised high immediately lowered, and the light from the horn on its head stopped flickering. It was like a big worm crawling on the ground, very meekly looking at the approaching little black. GG. GG. Xiao He didn't care about the black python's sudden change in attitude. He stood up straight in front of the horned black python. It was very excited. It waved its 2 little claws and cried out incessantly. It seemed to be communicating in the language of beasts. Almost all magical beasts of the 8th level had a high level of intelligence. For example, the Silvermoon 2-headed wolf and the black dragon that Yi Qinghan met on the Nether Island already had a high level of intelligence. Chi. After Xiao He let out a series of GG sounds, the horned black python opposite him blinked its blood-red triangular eyes, then raised its huge head and nodded continuously. After emitting a few chi sounds, its thick and long body quickly twisted and disappeared into the depths of the jungle. GG. Xiao He cried out twice excitedly. He looked at Elder Lu who was following behind him proudly, then turned and continued running to the left. Chapter 413. The leader of the Hua family was a 2nd-level emperor. His name was Hua Shi. He was originally an elder of the Hua family's Hall of Battle. However, the god-rank experts of the House of Aries and the Yi family were very concerned about Yi Qinghan's whereabouts in life. Yu Shishui went to the Hua family and asked them to search for Yi Qinghan with all their might. She wanted to reassure the god-rank experts and the Yi family. She also wanted to help him if there was a chance. Therefore, the Hua family patriarch agreed after some consideration. He sent out a group of elders to search for Yi Qinghan. Actually, Hua Shi was slightly dissatisfied with the Hua family's orders. He heard from various sources that Yi Qinghan had become the Divine Master's must-kill target. What could the House of Aries do even if they found him? Who could protect him? How could they help him? Since they could not protect him, what could they do even if they found him? Furthermore, he was just a disciple of the Yi family with potential. The Yi family was facing the danger of extinction. What could a disciple of the Yi family do? However, he was dissatisfied, but he did not disobey the orders of the Hua family Hall of Elders. He ordered his subordinates to search from the north of Purple Island towards the south. They were very familiar with the terrain and distribution of powerful demonic beasts on Purple Island. They did not need to be warned, nor would they go near. They were only told to hide if they encountered scouts from other clans or the Divine City. In recent years, scouts from various factions often encountered them. However, they were obviously suppressed and rarely had any conflicts. They carried out their own missions. However, not long after the Hua family assassins started their search, a loud dragon roar sounded from the south. It frightened all the Hua family spies so much that they panicked. However, when they saw a huge double-headed silver dragon rise from the southern sky, their panic turned into terror. Roar! Following this, a loud tiger roar sounded from the west, followed by several cries of pain. All of the Hua family's assassins halted their footsteps at the first instance. They entered into the stealth collectively and gathered towards Hua Shi's direction. Hua Shi had planned this beforehand. Once there was a situation, they would gather towards him and wait for his orders. Elder. Countless disciples of the Hua family gathered towards Hua Shi and nodded at him. Then, they spread out in all directions cautiously and vigilantly. Hua Shi waited until the last two disciples arrived safely from the left before he felt relieved. He gestured for all the Hua family assassins to hide. With a few leaps, he climbed to the top of a towering tree and looked to the south and west. When Hua Shi heard the wolf roars from the west and south again, his relaxed expression turned serious again. When Hua Shi heard the continuous wolf howls from the west and south again, his expression that had just relaxed became incomparably solemn again. In the past 3 years, he had brought people to Purple Island to explore countless times. Except for 2 of his disciples who accidentally ran into a group of 7th-level magical beasts and were slaughtered, he had never seen the magical beasts riot here. In fact, the existence of high-level magical beasts on the Purple Island was no secret to the major forces and clans of the entire continent. The twin-headed silver dragon in the south and the 3-eyed iron-backed tiger in the east were the strongest magical beasts on the Purple Island. If one wasn't a martial saint, they would definitely die. The God City and the Demon Clan are finished. Listening to the continuous screams and howls of wolves, Hua Shi knew very well that both teams were finished, without exception. He made up his mind so hastily. It was not because the 2 strongest demonic beasts were on the move. It was because of the wolf howls in the south and west. Dark demonic wind wolves. Purple Island's most terrifying killer, demonic beasts of the upper 7th level. Even he would die if he were to face them. There were too many demonic wind wolves. There were thousands of them. Their speed was comparable to the Shadow Leopard clan. There were less than 200 demonic Divine City and demons on the island. Yet, they had to face the 2 strongest demonic beasts of the upper 8th level and thousands of dark demonic wind wolves. The result was obvious. Chi. At this moment, Hua Shi heard a special sound. When he looked towards the south vigilantly, he heard a strange sound. He looked to the south and saw the bushes in front of him were shaking. The shaking was spreading towards him. His expression suddenly became incomparably frightened. His legs suddenly stomped on the thick tree trunk and he shot towards the north. His body was still in midair as he shouted, "Run! Leave the Purple Island!" When the Hua clan disciples heard this, they did not hesitate and ran towards the north. They used all their strength to run. However, when they ran out of the beach outside of the Purple Island's restriction, they did not find any danger. But when they saw Hua Shi jump on the Hua clan's boat without saying a word, they did not dare to hesitate and jumped on the boat as fast as they could. Set sail. Leave this place at the fastest speed. Hua Shi did not explain to the crowd. He stared at the Purple Island and quickly gave an order. After the boat sailed for an hour, the Purple Island in the distance had become the size of a fist. Hua Shi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not see it clearly, he could tell from the movement and the aura of the demonic beast. He could easily tell that it was another demonic beast on the island. It was an upper 8th level horned black python. After thinking for a moment, he still could not figure out why the black python did not attack them. He was very clear that if the black python wanted to attack, at least half of them would have to stay on the Purple Island. Without much hesitation, he ordered his men to continue advancing at full speed to the hidden island. He wanted to report the shocking news to the Hua clan's supreme elder of the hidden city. At the same time, the west and south sides of the Purple Island had turned into purgatory. Just as the people from the Divine City and the Demon Clan were carefully avoiding the strongholds of the high-level demonic beasts, they quietly passed through the forest. They suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. Then, they heard the dragon and tiger roar that resounded through the entire Purple Island. The leaders of the Divine City and the Demon Clan immediately gave the order to retreat. However, just as everyone was running back in fear, they realized in despair that there were countless wolf roars coming from behind them. Countless gray shadows rushed over from all directions like a gust of wind. In an instant, they were all surrounded. Due to the huge difference in strength, the battle was not very intense. It ended in a few minutes. The leader of the Divine City was locked on by a green-white tiger with 3 eyes. In less than half a minute, the lower half of his body was torn to pieces. If a Peak Emperor realm expert used his battle force, he could still fight against the 3-eyed iron-back tiger for a while. If he was lucky, he might be able to escape. However, right now, his meridians were sealed. He could only use his physical strength. Of course, he could not block a few moves. Just as he closed his eyes and waited for his death, he realized that the 3-eyed tiger did not continue to attack. Or rather, it moved its mouth. Then, he heard a strange roar. The 3-eyed white tiger actually put down its claws that were pressing on his chest. It didn't even look at him and turned around. Then, it actually squatted down and crawled on the ground with its tail between its legs. The ferocious aura on its body was immediately withdrawn. It was as if a violent and powerful demonic beast had instantly turned into a docile house cat. GG. Just as he was very confused and turned his head with difficulty to look in the direction of the sound. What he saw was a shocking scene. He saw a small beast with a black horn the size of 2 palms. It stood upright and raised its head. It took small steps and arrogantly walked over with a group of winged wolves. Its eyes and expression were like that of a general inspecting the battlefield with his soldiers. After a while, he suddenly came to his senses. He also understood why these demonic beasts, which had never taken the initiative to attack, would go berserk this time. According to the information given to him by the Godslayer guards, the identity of this small beast was very clear. It was the target that the Divine City had been searching for 3.5 years. It was Yi Qinghan's war beast, the soul-devouring beast. GG. After killing the leader of the Divine City with a single claw, Xiao He looked at Elder Lu, who was slowly following him. Xiao He's eyes were filled with disappointment. It seemed to be complaining that there were too few people who came. Before it could play enough, all of them were already dead. Let's go. Let's go back. Elder Lu waved at Xiao He and smiled. Don't worry. This Purple Island will become more and more lively in the future. You will definitely have a good time. Chapter 4:14. What? In a remote attic in the hidden city, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Hua clan, Hua Xiang, was enjoying the concealed fog tea, which was unique to the hidden city. Suddenly, the door was opened, and Hua Shi walked in quickly. He bowed and immediately transmitted a message to him. Hua Xiang spat out the tea in his mouth and cried out involuntarily. He raised his eyebrows and immediately transmitted a message to the Hua family members outside, asking them to be on guard. Then, he released his divine domain and stared at Hua Shi. Tell me everything you saw, heard, and encountered on the Purple Island without missing a word. This is very important. Hua Shi realized that he did not do anything wrong. After he left the Purple Island and confirmed that it was safe, he asked his subordinates to rush back. He flew in the air as fast as he could and quietly rushed back to the hidden island to meet Hua Xiang. When he saw Hua Xiang's reaction, he knew that the news was very important. He quickly told him everything without missing a word. All the demon clan scouts in the Divine City were killed. The demonic beasts on the Purple Island rebelled. After Hua Xiang heard this, her eyebrows furrowed and she fell silent. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "Number 18. Following his shout, a black-clothed man quickly dashed in from outside and knelt on one knee. He did not say a word and only stared coldly at Hua Xiang. "As fast as you can, take number 6, number 9, and number 20 to the Purple Island. Drive all the ships on the west and north of the Purple Island to a place 200 li to the south of the Purple Island. Then, attack the dragon sharks there, and let them destroy all the ships. Remember, speed and concealment are the most important. Also, if you are exposed, kill yourselves." After Hua Xiang finished speaking, the black-clothed man did not say a word and immediately ran out of the door. The family's secret death warriors. Hua Shi immediately guessed that this was the Hua family's death warriors who reported directly to the clan leader and the Grand Supreme Elder. However, when he heard Hua Xiang's last sentence, Hua Shi was secretly shocked. This matter was so serious that 4 Emperor Realm death warriors of the Hua family had to be sacrificed. "Why are you standing there? Immediately sneak back to the ship and tell your team that you did not see or encounter anything on the Purple Island. Just do the same as the previous times you explored the Purple Island. After that, he would come back and rest here for a year. If there are any leaks, kill them immediately." Hua Shi was still trying to figure it out, but Hua Xiang's expression was very serious as she spoke again. He didn't dare to ask any more questions. He bowed and left. Hua Xiang summoned a few more people and gave a few orders. After that, he sat silently in the room for a long time before sighing slightly. He looked to the east and sighed doubtfully. This brat actually ran to Zidao. How did he get there? Could it be related to the spatial fluctuation from half a year ago? Forget it. This brat has too many secrets. Since he dares to go to the Purple Island, he must have something to rely on. Sigh. Kid, I can only help you this much. I hope you can bring us miracles one after another like you did in the past. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't bring them any more miracles this time. Even during the 3.5 years that he was away from the mainland, his cultivation level didn't improve at all. He was still stuck at the Saint Realm, and he had not even fully mastered the symbol of the Saint Realm. After 3 years of closed-door cultivation, he only figured out one thing and completely stabilized his mentality. This time, he had been in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year and comprehended the painting of the beach in the rain for more than half a year. However, what he saw was still a blur. When he woke up, he found that his mind was still blank. There was nothing. He hadn't even started on any of the 3 major mysteries of space, let alone comprehending them. In these 3.5 years, the only improvement he made was in his battle chi cultivation. The godly energy in the carefree pavilion entered his body along with his breathing unknowingly. Finally, it could slowly and automatically transform into battle chi in his body. In these 3.5 years, his battle chi cultivation had almost reached the peak of the first level of the Saint Realm. The golden core in his dantian was also getting smaller and brighter. What kind of bird painting is this? After being forced out of the painting once again, Yi Qinghan rested for a while. When he meditated again, he found that his mind was still blank and he couldn't remember anything. He let out a long breath tiredly and shook his dizzy head slightly before closing his eyes. He stretched out his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. Then, he laid down on the floor and rested. Comprehending for a long time had made him very mentally exhausted. At his level, it didn't matter if his body was tired, but if he used too much of his soul, the damage to his body would be even greater. Therefore, he didn't dare to be too stubborn. Every time he felt that it was about time, he would rest for a while before continuing to comprehend. Although he was tired, he didn't feel discouraged at all. His mind was still very calm. He knew that comprehending the laws wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Yi Tianlong had cultivated for 50 to 60 years and was only at the second level of the Saint Realm. He had entered the Saint Realm at the age of 48 and had comprehended for close to 30 years. Yet, he had only reached the initial mastery of the fourth mystery of the earth laws. Although he had the painting of the beach in the rain and had better conditions and opportunities than anyone else on the continent, he wasn't confident that he could continuously make breakthroughs in a short period of time. After resting for an hour, Yi Qinghan felt that his soul had more or less recovered. He let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He was prepared to sit cross-legged and continue comprehending that strange painting of the beach in the rain. However, he had forgotten one thing. He had forgotten that there was an even stranger painting above his head. He opened his eyes and saw some strange patterns on the bright and clean ceiling above his head. These patterns formed a very strange image. Before he could see the image clearly, it suddenly moved. He vaguely saw a pair of huge eyes. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and he immediately fainted. The first time Elder Lu brought him to see the painting of the beach in the rain, Elder Lu had warned him not to look at the image above his head. At that time, he didn't believe it and took a look. In the end, he had fainted for several days. After that, he didn't dare to look at it again. This time, he was too tired from comprehending the painting and forgot about it. Therefore, he won the bid again. However, it seemed that this time, it was slightly different from the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a scouting team from the Divine City and the demon race was not kept a secret for long. Half a month later, the two sides found several damaged fleets. After some investigation, although they had some suspicions, the two sides didn't pursue the matter. After all, it wasn't unheard of for demonic beasts to destroy ships and kill humans. The East Sea and South Sea were boundless, and there were countless powerful sacred beasts in the sea. However, when the two factions sent another scouting team to the Purple Island, they were completely annihilated by Xiao Hei's demonic beasts and destroyed all the ships. This finally aroused the two factions' suspicions. However, they were only suspicions. Therefore, the Divine City sent another team led by a sage and 200 Divine City secret guards to the Purple Island. Send an order to the God-slaying guards to report the situation on the Purple Island and the Hidden Island. Send an order for all the Divine City secret guards to gather in the Hidden City and follow me to the Purple Island to investigate. After a month, there was still no news of that team. The God-slaying guards in the Hidden City finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to personally investigate. At the same time, to be on the safe side, they sent the news to the Divine City overnight and asked the God-slaying guards to meet the Divine Master and ask for his decision. A few days later, under Hua Xiang's worried gaze, two large ships sailed out of the Hidden City. The God-slaying guards led 2 saint-leveled experts and nearly 100 emperor-leveled experts towards the Purple Island. Chapter 4:15. Divine City, Immortal Slaughtering Pavilion. The Massacre God Guard held a secret letter with a bitter expression. He looked at the burning God Guard and said, "Take a look at this news. I think it's true. If it's true, it will be a great merit. It's a pity that my body hasn't fully recovered and it's hard for me to walk. Why don't you go and meet the Divine Master to report?" The burning God Guard took the letter and took a few glances before her charming face turned bitter. Recently, the Divine Master Slaughtering Pavilion's temper was getting worse, and his character was getting more and more perverted. Every time she sent people over, she would tremble in fear that the Divine Master Slaughtering Pavilion would suddenly be interested in her and ask her to accompany him to play. Now that the Divine City was on the brink of a riot, she didn't dare to capture people in the Divine City anymore. Every day, she had to send out a large number of envoys to the 3 prefectures to secretly bring people back. She was extremely busy. Now that the god-slaying guards had brought back an ambiguous piece of information, the god-slaying guards were obviously afraid of the Divine Master. They were afraid that the Divine Master would make a trip for nothing, and the Divine Master would make them lie in bed for half a year or something. But if he didn't tell the Divine Master, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment if anything happened. Therefore, it was obvious that he wanted her to stand up for him. The burning god guard wasn't a fool and instantly figured out what was going on. But the massacre god guard was the head of the 4 god guards, and she didn't dare to offend him. She scolded in her heart and smiled apologetically. It has been a few days since the news spread from Hidden Island to the Divine City. I believe the Slaughter God Guard should be arriving at Purple Island soon. Why don't you wait for him to investigate before meeting the Divine Master? The Massacre God Guard heard this and his expression turned bitter. This burning God Guard was obviously not giving him face, and his words were watertight. After pondering for a moment, he felt that her words made sense. He waved his hand and decided to wait for the Slaughter God Guard to bring back the news before meeting the Divine Master. The Slaughter God Guard had already arrived at Purple Island, but he didn't enter the island immediately. Instead, he circled around the island. When he saw the wrecked hulls of the ships on the south and west coast of the island, he saw the huge claw marks on the ships. His complexion became dignified. The huge claw marks were about 3 to 4 meters in length and width. Moreover, they could easily smash the sturdy ships into pieces with just a single claw. All of you stay outside and wait for my orders. Number 3 and Number 4, follow me into the island. The god-slaying guard pondered for a moment and came to a decision. He would have all the martial emperors stay outside the island. As a precaution, he would bring 2 martial saints with him to explore the island. The 3 of them flew up into the air and landed on the beach outside of the Purple Island. They sealed their meridians at the same time, took out their weapons, and flashed into the restrictive barrier of the Purple Island. As soon as he entered, he immediately became fully alert and observed. After observing for a while, they didn't discover anything. Purple Island was still quiet and beautiful. Everywhere was shining with a dreamy purple color. The God-Slayer guard signaled with his eyes, and the 3 of them began to advance slowly. As they cautiously and slowly made their way through, they encountered countless low-level magical beasts. When these magical beasts saw the 3 of them, they didn't attack. Instead, they fled in terror. The 3 of them even encountered a level 8 low-level magical beast, a dragon horn rhinoceros. However, when it saw the 3 of them, it immediately fled. There's nothing special. Could it be that it wasn't an attack from the magical beasts of the Purple Island? A trace of doubt flashed in the God-Slayer guard's eyes, but he didn't let his guard down and continued to investigate. Until the 3 of them encountered a level 8 single-horned black python. After a short battle, the black python fled in terror. Only then did the God-Slayer guard completely relax. It seemed that the matter didn't originate from the Purple Island. The magical beasts here were as normal as before, and they were very afraid of outsiders. After all, those who came to the Purple Island in the past were all martial gods. The magical beasts were all beaten to the point of fear. They simply didn't dare to fight with outsiders. Number 3, let all the secret guards come in and carefully investigate the Purple Island. The God-Slayer guard stopped. Since there was no problem with the Purple Island, he didn't feel like continuing to investigate. He was used to letting his subordinates handle these trivial matters. His eyes flickered incessantly as he pondered about those terrifying big claw marks on the big ship outside. What kind of terrifying magical beast left them? There didn't seem to be such a big level 8 magical beast on the Purple Island. Could it be a magical beast from the sea? Alright, everyone has entered the island. In the small valley of the Purple Island, Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged in a small courtyard with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Xiao He, who was staring at him nervously, and said, "Bring your main force and set off. Hee, this time, there are hundreds of experts. You can have some fun this time." When Xiao He heard this, his two small eyes suddenly lit up, and with a "tshio" sound, he directly jumped out of the courtyard. In the valley outside the courtyard stood countless magical beasts, and these magical beasts were actually lined up neatly in a square formation. At the forefront, there were only 5 magical beasts: a giant silver dragon with 2 heads, a black python with a white horn, a big white tiger with 3 eyes, a huge purple wolf that was 5 or 6 meters long, and on the left stood a small black bear that looked like an ordinary beast. After the 5 magical beasts, there were no other magical beasts. All of them were dark demon wind wolves. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of the black mass, and there were at least thousands of them. Ao! Roar! Chi! When these magical beasts saw Xiao He's small figure jumping out of the courtyard, all of them simultaneously lowered their heads and called out in a low voice. However, their bodies were not disorderly, and they still lined up neatly. GG. 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 Xiao He jumped in front, immediately stood up, raised his small head, stuck out his small belly, and waved his 2 small claws left and right. Every now and then, he would nod here and there, and at the same time, he would let out a continuous GG sound. His 2 small bright eyeballs kept moving, and his entire small face was full of excitement. GG. With a final cry, Xiao He seemed to have given the order and no longer made a sound. Instead, he coldly scanned the magical beast army in front of him. He seemed like a general giving an order and asking his subordinates, "Do you understand?" At this time, none of the magical beasts spoke, but all of them made a strange movement. Nodding. Thousands of magical beasts actually nodded at the same time, and they did not make a sound. This scene was very shocking, and even Elder Lu, who was slowly walking out, was slightly startled. GG. Xiao He cried out again, and with a wave of his 2 small claws, all the magical beasts turned around and quietly rushed in all directions in an orderly manner. It was as if they had become a well-trained magical beast army. Xiao He, this magical beast army has trained well. When Elder Lu saw this scene, he was full of smiles as he gave Xiao He a thumbs up. Ever since the first time the 3 scouting teams came to the Purple Island, Xiao He had often wandered around alone. The Purple Island was very safe, and Elder Lu was very relieved. He had originally thought that Xiao He had gone out to play out of boredom, but now it seemed that Xiao He was actually training his magical beast army, and had trained them so well in such a short period of time. GG. When Xiao He heard Elder Lu's praise, he excitedly cried out twice, and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning as he ran forward. Elder Lu hurriedly followed. This time, there were 3 sage-level experts, and it was better to be more careful. Roar! Ah woo! The Godslayer guards looked at the countless wind wolves that were rushing in from all directions, and in an instant, they had surrounded all of them. They looked at the 3 powerful upper-tier Class 8 magical beasts with overflowing auras and cold glints in their eyes as if they were looking at dead people. His face suddenly became incomparably shocked. What was going on? These magical beasts had actually surrounded them before they had even realized it, and they had appeared at the same time, as if they had calculated the time. When he saw the ordinary beast-like Xiao He bear in front of him, it suddenly let out a loud roar and stood up. Its small body suddenly grew several times larger, and in an instant, it had grown to more than 10 meters tall. Looking at the 2 giant palms that were as big as city gates, he instantly understood what kind of magical beast had left behind the large paw prints on the large ships outside. Chapter 4:16. Run! The Godslayer guard did not hesitate. With an angry roar, he leaped into the air, the glowing longsword in his hand transforming into streaks of sword shadows in the air. He swept his sword in all directions and easily killed a few wind wolves. Then, he suddenly shot towards the back. The two martial sages beside him did not hesitate either. They followed his footwork and charged towards the back. As for the martial emperors, they did not dare to charge as fiercely as the Godslayer Guard. Instead, they all gathered together and charged towards the direction the Godslayer Guard was escaping in. The Godslayer Guard did not know what was going on. He did not know why these magical beasts had suddenly appeared without any warning. However, he was very clear that if they did not escape, they would all be annihilated. Without the support of Battle Chi, even the hill-sized black bear could easily tear them apart, not to mention the three-eyed iron-backed tiger and the purple flame demon wolf. If they were slapped by the huge paw which was as large as an iron gate, they would definitely be smashed into a pile of meat paste. Run, run. This godforsaken place is too strange. The longsword in the Godslayer Guard's hand danced in the air, cleaving apart the wind wolves that pounced at him. He did not dare to stop for even a moment. He raised his speed to the maximum and fled frantically from the island. He did not have time to consider what had happened on the island. At this moment, all he could think of was to escape and never return to this godforsaken place again. Although the three powerful magical beasts were rapidly chasing after the three of them, the distance between them was still maintained at a few dozen meters. As he looked at the approaching purple light shroud in front of him, he felt a slight sense of relief. He was glad that he had reacted quickly and escaped quickly enough. A.O. Chi. However, this sense of relief had only just surfaced in his heart when it was immediately replaced by boundless fear. A loud dragon roar sounded in front of him, as well as the familiar sound of a black python's breath. Immediately after, he saw a huge two-headed silver dragon suddenly rise into the sky. It opened its mouth and directly breathed out two huge white dragon breaths, which instantly enveloped them. Frost Dragon Breath. The Godslayer Guard and the two martial sages suddenly turned ashen. When this dragon breath enveloped them, they immediately felt a strange chill run through their bodies. Their bodies became numb and their speed of advance slowed down. Chi. At this time, the thicket in front of them shook, and a huge triangular head popped out. A pair of blood-red eyes shone with a cold light. The white horn on its head was emitting a black light. It was the horned black python that they had encountered on the island. Shio! Suddenly, the horn on the black python's head grew brighter and brighter. A beam of black light suddenly shot out from the horn like a bolt of lightning, directly hitting the Godslayer Guard at the front. The Godslayer Guard wanted to dodge, but under the dragon's breath, his speed was instantly reduced. And this black light came too suddenly, too fast. As soon as he was struck, his body wasn't blasted flying, and it started to tremble incessantly instead. The hairs on his head and body stood on end while the skin on his entire body became charred black, and the smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. The two Saint-grade martialists stared at the black python in disbelief. They remembered that this black python had been easily defeated by them just an hour ago. After a moment, the two of them looked at each other and understood that this was a trap. But what they didn't understand was, since when did magical beasts learn to lure their enemies in? Roar! Awoo! As the three of them slowed down, the three level 8 magical beasts behind them easily caught up. The dragon and python in front of them surrounded them. It's over. The Godslayer Guard watched as the silver dragon shook its two huge heads, ready to spit out two dragons' breaths at any moment. The white horn on the black python's head was also flashing with black light. The three magical beasts behind them walked over leisurely, their eyes flashing with mockery. They knew very well that they were all finished. With this double-headed silver dragon and black python around, their speed had become so slow that they couldn't escape at all. If they couldn't escape, they would die. GG. Just as the three of them were wondering why the magical beasts hadn't attacked them, a strange sound came from their left. Then, they saw a beautiful white lion cub. At this moment, they instantly understood many of the questions that had puzzled them today. On the head of that beautiful white lion, there was a small beast with a black horn. It was standing majestically on the lion's head, looking at them coldly as if it were looking at three dead people. As the sound faded, two dragon's breaths and a black lightning bolt several times thicker than the previous one engulfed the three of them. Then, the huge black bear suddenly stomped its feet on the ground, leaving two deep footprints on the ground. Its body bounced up high, and two huge bear paws the size of city gates slammed down heavily on the three of them. Boom! The ground nearby trembled, and two huge claw marks appeared on the ground, as piggies slammed into the ground a few meters deep. Xiao Hei! Tell them to retreat quickly. Just before the huge bear paws slammed down, Elder Lu's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Then, he picked up Xiao Hei and retreated at lightning speed. GG. Although Xiao Hei didn't understand what was happening, he obeyed Elder Lu's words and immediately gave the order to retreat. Before Xiao Hei's order was passed down, the few magical beasts had already felt that something was wrong. Now that Xiao Hei had given the order, they immediately retreated frantically without hesitation. But the huge black bear didn't retreat. Instead, after a loud roar, its body rapidly shrunk, and it returned to its original appearance of a small, ordinary black bear. Then, it suddenly made a strange movement. It actually hugged its head with its two front paws, curled its body into a ball, and rolled backwards. Boom! All of a sudden, the purple light barrier above the purple island flashed, and two thick white lightning bolts directly smashed down on the two huge bear paw prints. At the same time, there was a huge explosion. Mud, grass, and branches flew everywhere, and the entire ground nearby shook. The huge shock wave directly uprooted all the trees in all directions, and the ground within 100 meters was scraped off a few layers. The two huge paw prints in the middle had actually turned into huge conical pits. Under the huge explosion, the largest two-headed silver dragon was directly sent flying, and the three-eyed white tiger was also smashed into the air by the shock wave. The black python and the giant purple wolf were relatively less injured, but the black bear that was closest to them was directly sent rolling hundreds of meters away by the shock wave. However, it patted its butt and was completely fine. You actually want to use battle chi. You're courting death. Alright, let the magical beasts go back to recuperate. Those three people have already been blasted by the restriction of the Purple Island, and the rest of the Emperor tier warriors have all been killed by the Wind Wolves. Your magical beast army is indeed very strong. Elder Lu carried Xiao Hei and ran quickly through the forest towards the small valley. He looked at the proud Xiao Hei and chuckled. But the next time, your magical beast army might not be needed. I reckon that damn Baldy will be here soon. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the two of us will have to fight. Chi. When Xiao Hei heard this, not only was he not discouraged, but he also became even more excited. His two beady eyes moved quickly, as if he was thinking about how to play the next battle. Chapter 4:17. Yi Qinghan slept for 3 days. When he woke up, his head was still heavy. What's going on? I'm so dizzy. He murmured, but he did not dare to open his eyes. He shook his head and closed his eyes, not wanting to rest. An hour later, his mind finally returned to normal. Only now did he dare to recall what had happened before he fainted. That's right. He suddenly remembered that he had accidentally looked at the painting above his head and then fainted. No. Thinking of the painting, Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the pair of terrifying eyes. Eyes? Why did he suddenly see a pair of eyes? The strange patterns on the top of his head formed a pair of eyes. Moreover, he seemed to have a vague impression of those eyes. He tried hard to recall the pair of eyes. They were huge, but they looked like real eyes. Within those two pitch-black pupils, there seemed to be a boundless starry sky. It felt so vast and boundless, as though there was no end in sight. As he thought about it, he vaguely felt that those eyes seemed to contain endless treasures. However, he could only stand outside and could not explore them. Should I keep looking? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He had a hunch that the painting seemed to have a pair of eyes. If he could comprehend a trace of the concept like the painting of the beach in the rain, it would be very easy for him to become a god. However, he did not dare to continue looking. After all, he would definitely faint again if he looked at it. Moreover, he might not be able to comprehend anything just by looking at it. That's right. I can't see it with my eyes, but I can use my spiritual consciousness to sense it. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan thought of a problem. Now that he was at the sage realm, his soul was already very strong. He could slowly release his spiritual consciousness to sense the situation around him. As for the painting above his head, it was there to begin with. He could see it with a single glance. Why didn't he try using his spiritual consciousness to sense it? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan decided to take a risk. At most, he would just faint again. If it worked, he would make a fortune. Elder Lu had said that the painting above was the most valuable treasure in the carefree pavilion. He immediately sat cross-legged and got rid of all distracting thoughts. Then, his spiritual consciousness slowly spread out. However, he did not immediately sense the painting above his head. Instead, it spread out toward the painting of the beach in the rain. No reaction. After sensing for a moment, he found that the image in his mind was still a smooth wall. Without hesitation, he spread his spiritual consciousness upward. Nothing. The strange patterns on the ceiling slowly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Then, the patterns suddenly moved and converged into a pair of cold eyes again. Sensing the eyes, Yi Qinghan was instantly overjoyed. It was just that in this great joy, his radiating spiritual sense almost collapsed. He quickly calmed his mind and carefully again. It was a pair of very beautiful eyes. However, from the chilling intent and imposing aura emanating from those eyes, one could tell that the owner of those eyes was definitely an extremely arrogant supreme being expert. After sensing for a while, Yi Qinghan did not discover anything. Finally, he locked his divine sense onto the two pupils. These were two pure black pupils without any impurities. They were pitch black. These two pupils were as deep as the sea, as if they had some kind of special magic that could attract people unknowingly. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan's mind had been completely attracted by those two pupils. The image in his mind slowly changed. It was as if he had passed through the two pupils and arrived in a pitch-black void. In this void, there was nothing but a person. A woman standing in the void. And it seemed to be a beautiful naked woman. Boom! Just as Yi Qinghan was trying his best to see the woman's appearance and her perfect naked body, the strange pattern on his head suddenly twisted, and then the image in Yi Qinghan's mind completely disappeared. What followed was a sudden roar in his head. His head felt like it was about to explode, and a pain as if all the meridians in his body were about to explode. Ah! At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he had been stabbed 108,000 times at the same time. Every muscle in his body and every nerve was twitching. His body was like an earthworm that had been cut into two. He curled up and rolled on the ground. His handsome face had become incomparably hideous. He cried and rolled on the ground. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Buzz! At this moment, the soul ring on Yi Qinghan's finger emitted a gentle light. A white stream of air quickly drilled into his body from his finger. It healed his injuries and repaired his damaged soul. Just as the soul ring emitted a light, the patterns on the ceiling above Yi Qinghan's head suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire practice room and made Yi Qinghan's body transparent. I don't feel dizzy this time. When Yi Qinghan woke up after sleeping for 2 days, he realized that there was no pain or drowsiness in his mind. Instead, it was as if he had had a good sleep. His mind was refreshed and his body was extremely comfortable. Why did my soul ocean become so big? This. What's going on? Just as he started to check the state of his body in doubt, he suddenly felt that the soul ocean in his head had increased by more than 10%. The strength of his soul, which was originally at the first stage of the sage realm, was now comparable to that of a powerhouse at the second stage. The higher one's realm, the harder it was to cultivate the soul. This was because the soul was not like battle qi, which could be quickly improved by spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Yi Qinghan had sex with Yu Qingqing and entered a deep state of silence in his soul. That was how he managed to improve his soul to this level. But now, it had increased by 10%. Could it be that I sensed that pair of eyes with my soul? Did it suddenly change? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered and he started to recall what happened before he fainted. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and jumped up in shock. He cried out involuntarily, "That's right, there was a person in that pair of eyes." There was a naked woman. Yi Qinghan suddenly had an urge to raise his head and look at that pair of eyes and that woman. But he quickly dispelled that thought. He was really afraid. The pain he felt before he fainted was as if his entire body was being bitten by 10,000 ants. It really made him want to die. Luckily, this feeling didn't last for too long before he fainted. Otherwise, he didn't know if he would be able to endure it. He paced back and forth in the technique practicing room. He thought about the 2 pitch-black pupils. He thought about the endless void in the pupils and the naked woman standing proudly in the void. Why did I see a woman? Who is that woman? Why is she still naked? What secret is hidden in the painting? Why did the strength of my soul increase so much after I fainted? Also, why do I have a feeling that this painting is constantly calling me? Yi Qinghan kept thinking. He felt that the painting above his head was constantly calling him. He wanted to use his soul consciousness to explore it again and see that woman. But he hesitated when he thought about the heart-wrenching pain he felt before he fainted. Damn it, I'll risk it. Isn't it just pain? I'm not afraid of pain the least in my life. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly had a ruthless look in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He had spent his entire life cultivating in pain. Although the pain this time was horrifying and chilling. But when he thought that the pain could increase his soul's C by 1/10, it was still very worthwhile. Moreover, he faintly felt that this painting might bring him a great opportunity. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much. He had always been a swift and decisive person. As long as he had decided on something, he would do it. He sat cross-legged and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he released his soul consciousness again and slowly sensed the strange pattern above his head. Chapter 4:18. The pair of beautiful big eyes above his head once again appeared in his mind. Yi Qinghan didn't stop there. Instead, he used his spiritual awareness to lock onto the 2 pure black pupils in the middle. Slowly, he saw that pitch-black void again, and that naked woman. In fact, he couldn't tell whether that person was a woman or not. Was she naked or not? However, when his spiritual consciousness entered the void, his mind suddenly had a feeling that the person standing in the void was a naked woman with an incomparably perfect figure. It was just a feeling, but it was very strange. So, Yi Qinghan was sure that this feeling was real. It had nothing to do with the 6th sense of a woman. Instead, it had something to do with the image of her expression. Yi Qinghan knew very well that this strange image was transmitting a message to him. It was a very definite message. As soon as he sensed this woman, the feeling of calling in his heart became stronger and stronger. At this moment, an inexplicable message suddenly emerged in Yi Qinghan's mind. At this moment, he seemed to hear a very pleasant female voice in his ears. As long as you can see me clearly, you might be able to obtain me and obtain a big lucky chance. This message came very abruptly, and its meaning was very ambiguous. However, it deeply shocked Yi Qinghan. His mind quickly turned, and he quickly understood the deep meaning contained in these words. This message was most likely transmitted by that woman. She was luring him to spread his spiritual awareness into the void until it reached the place where she was standing. Then, his spiritual awareness would envelop her divine body completely. In this way, he would be able to see her clearly. Moreover, he might be able to obtain her and obtain a big lucky chance. As for whether or not he could obtain her, and whether or not this woman really existed, or if she was just an illusion in the void, he didn't know. Moreover, Yi Qinghan didn't know what the big lucky chance was. However, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He had come here to find a lucky chance to break through to the next realm. Now that he had received such a clear hint, he became even more determined. He decided to use his spiritual sense to get closer to the woman in the void until he reached her and saw her clearly. At this moment, his spiritual sense had only penetrated the two pure black eyes and entered the void. He was still very far away from the woman. He began to drive his spiritual sense and spread it very slowly into the void. Boom! His spiritual sense had just spread a short distance when suddenly there was a roar in his mind. The image of the boss immediately disappeared. Then, the stabbing pain that felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart spread all over his body again. He held his head in his hands and began to roll on the ground. He roared angrily as all the muscles and bones in his body began to spasm. His delicate face once again became incomparably distorted, the soul ring quickly lit up with a gentle light, but this time, the pattern on top of his head didn't light up again. This time, Yi Qinghan rolled on the ground, and only completely fainted after more than 10 minutes. This time, Yi Qinghan slept for a full 7 days before he woke up. When he woke up, his whole body felt very comfortable. There were no signs of dizziness or pain. Damn it! Do I have to grow up in pain for the rest of my life? Am I the legendary cockroach? When Yi Qinghan thought of the heart-wrenching pain before he fainted, all the hair on his body stood on end. This time, the duration of the pain seemed to have been doubled. If it was doubled the next time, and the next time, it would be doubled the next time. Then, even a god would be played to death. Then, he discovered something that made him very disappointed. This time, his soul ocean didn't grow much. It had increased by 1/10 the last time, but it was only 1/100 this time. This made him puzzled. The duration of the pain had increased, but the increase in the soul had decreased. The gain and the effort seemed to be inversely proportional. As long as you can see me clearly, you can possibly obtain me and obtain a great opportunity. However, when he thought of these words and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city, he didn't hesitate much. He rested for a moment and prepared to continue exploring with his spiritual sense. He remembered clearly that this time, he sensed the void for a much longer time than the first time. Once again, his spiritual sense overflowed and directly entered the endless void through those pure black eyes. Without any hesitation, he slowly radiated his spiritual sense toward that woman. Boom! A moment later, in the training room, Yi Qinghan held his head and rolled on the ground again, howling in pain. There's progress again. Continue. After waking up, Yi Qinghan's face was full of excitement. He felt that every time he fainted, the strength of his soul would increase. Although it was only 1/100th, it was still very good to have an increase. Most importantly, he felt that the distance his spiritual sense could radiate in the void increased every time. Although it was only a small increase, if it continued, he would be able to get close to that woman sooner or later and see her perfect body clearly. And then, possess her. Thus, Yi Qinghan began his happy yet painful life. 1 month after the god-slaying guard was killed, the divine city was completely shaken. Although there were many sage-class experts in the divine city, there were only 4 of them on the surface. The divine city only had 4 guards. Now, one of the 4 guards that represented the divine city had suddenly disappeared for a month. Furthermore, he disappeared without the divine city knowing his whereabouts. This matter was extremely serious. We can't wait any longer. Burning God Guard, let's go and meet the Divine Master now. We can only let the Divine Master make a decision on this matter. The God-slaying guard looked at the secret order from the hidden city and couldn't sit still any longer. Half a month ago, when the envoy from the hidden island saw that the God-slaying guard hadn't returned, he sent a small team to the Purple Island to investigate. In the end, they still didn't return. The burning God Guard also felt the seriousness of the matter. The 2 of them stood up hurriedly and rushed to the Divine Master Pavilion. Greetings, Divine Master. We have an important matter to discuss with you. The 2 of them ignored the young lady's moans and the young man's screams from the study room. They knelt down and shouted. "TSK, TSK. Speak quickly." The Divine Master transmitted a voice transmission after a short while. Something strange happened on the Purple Island. A few scouting teams disappeared. Even the god-slaying guard who went to investigate a month ago, disappeared. Until now, there hasn't been any news from him. This matter is of great importance. We don't dare to handle it on our own. Hence, I asked the Divine Master to make a decision. The god-slaying guard didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly reported the matter to the Divine Master. He secretly circulated his battle chi and prepared to bear the Divine Master's anger. "Oh. TSK, TSK. The Divine Master laughed out loud instead. His terrifying laughter echoed throughout the Divine Master Pavilion. Then, the laughter suddenly stopped. A sharp voice sounded. "You finally can't hold it in anymore. TSK, TSK. Order the Dark Guards not to send themselves to death on the Purple Island. Since the God-slaying guard is dead, all of you will die if you go. Choose the strongest among the Dark Guards to fill the position of the God-slaying guard. Also, send me 50 people. Let me have a good time first. After this, I will go to the Purple Island and let them have a good time. TSK, TSK. 50 people." When the burning God Guard heard this, her charming face instantly turned bitter and ugly. The Divine Master had been playing more and more recently. From 10 to 20, then to 30. Now, he wanted 50 people. Moreover, no matter how many people there were, they would all be toyed to death after a day and night. Most importantly, he only wanted the young men and women of the human race and the demon race. Moreover, they had to be good-looking. The House of Ares and the demon god's residents had already been alerted to the secret capture by the divine city. Moreover, they had already started to secretly transfer the good-looking men and women. She didn't know if the entire House of Ares and the demon god's residents would start a riot if this continued. Would this continent trigger the Third World-destroying war because of the Divine Master II's perverted hobbies and crazy behavior? Would the entire Fire Dragon continent be wiped out? Chapter 419. After the death of the God-Slayer guards, peace returned to the Purple Island. Melodious Gucci music rang out in the valley every day. Elder Lu found it troublesome and did not enter the unfettered pavilion anymore. He sat in the courtyard in the valley all day, cultivating. With him around, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu could enter the unfettered pavilion without making any noise. Although the unfettered pavilion had the divine spirit qi and the cultivation speed of battle qi was increased, it lacked a trace of vitality. It lacked the natural aura of heaven and earth. It would be good to cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time. However, if one stayed there for no reason, one would feel uncomfortable. Yi Qingyu had just entered the god level. It would take a long time for her to completely comprehend the nomological laws and cultivate to the peak of the heavenly god level. Therefore, she was not in a hurry. Her main task now was to consolidate and digest what she had learnt, and to use it skillfully. Therefore, if she could stay outside the unfettered pavilion, she preferred to cultivate on the Purple Island. As for Yu Qingqing, there was no need to even mention it. Her divine sound law and the Yu clan's unique bloodline mainly cultivated the soul. Not only was the divine aura of the free and unfettered pavilion useless against her, but it also made her feel extremely stifled. It was a stuffy and unnatural feeling, and her cultivation speed was very slow. However, on this Purple Island, for some unknown reason, she felt as though she could completely harmonize with nature. Every time she played the guqin, she could feel that her soul was constantly growing. Her understanding of the divine sound laws was constantly increasing. Hence, she really wanted to continue cultivating on this Purple Island. He. Xiao He dived in and out of the small pond in front of the courtyard. From time to time, he would throw one or two big fish up. Ever since he came out of the unfettered pavilion, he had not gone back in. He either listened to Yu Qingqing play the guqin or dozed off on the Purple Island. He had a very comfortable life. However, in the past month, other than a few scouts from the Divine City, no one else had appeared. He was a little bored. "Grandpa Lu, have some tea." Yi Qingyu walked out of the storeroom with a pot of tea. She poured a cup and handed it to Elder Lu, who was sitting in the courtyard. Then, she sat quietly at the side and listened to Yu Qingqing play the guqin. Rustle rustle, Yu Qingqing sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard with her eyes closed. Her expression was indifferent as her hands plucked the strings of the zither. Her movements were elegant and graceful, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Elder Lu had a benevolent smile on his face as he received the cup of tea from Yi Qingyu. He picked up the teacup and gently tapped the rim of the teacup a few times. He blew on the tea, took a sip, and covered the teacup. Just as he was about to put it down, his eyes suddenly brightened. He let out a heavy snort in astonishment and abruptly looked towards the western sky. Clang! Yu Qingqing heard Elder Lu's surprised voice and was startled. She opened her eyes and the sound of the zither stopped abruptly. He turned to look at Elder Lu in astonishment, and Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, also looked over nervously. "It's nothing, continue playing the zither." After a while, Elder Lu regained his composure. He waved his hand at them and explained, "It's just a person from the divine world." The divine world. Yu Qingqing was even more puzzled when she heard this. She asked in a puzzled and worried manner, "Grandpa Lu, didn't you say that the restriction formation on the Purple Island can prevent the divine senses from probing from the outside? Why did you discover it? What happened outside? Could it be the same as the last time when the foreign tribes descended?" This person's arrival caused quite a commotion. That's why I sensed it. Don't worry. This person is not here to cause trouble. Don't worry. Indeed. Just now, countless people on the Fire Dragon continent were shocked, not to mention Elder Lu. All of a sudden, there was a deafening sound of thunder in the sky. Then, a huge 7-colored cloud appeared, almost covering the entire north of the demon god residence. Even the people on the hidden island could see the divine light shining in the west. The God Lord walked out of his study room, which he hadn't left for many days, and looked at the sky above the demon god residence with a solemn expression. As for the demon gods of the demon god mountain, they were all frightened silly. All the experts on the continent were scared out of their wits. They were afraid that the foreign tribes would descend again and cause another world-destroying war on the continent. The thunder rumbled for half an hour, and the 7-colored cloud also lit up for half an hour. Everyone was worried for a long time. A huge door lit up in the sky. Then, an incomparably handsome man wearing white battle armor and holding a silver long spear walked out on a snow-white horse. As his figure appeared, a strong wind suddenly blew in the sky. The seven-colored cloud behind him suddenly glowed with a strong light, illuminating the entire continent. The white horse suddenly grew a pair of shining wings and flapped them slowly in the sky. The man and the horse floated in the sky, scanning the land coldly. He was like an invincible god of war who walked out from the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful aura stunned all the god-rank experts on the continent. Then, the thunder disappeared, the 7-colored cloud flashed, and the golden door also disappeared. The incomparably handsome man suddenly brandished the long spear in his hand in the air, a few beautiful spear flowers, stabbing out a few spear shadows. The nearby space actually cracked under his spear shadows, creating a thin crack. This time, all the god-rank experts on the continent sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of expert was this? How could he be so ferocious? Even the God Lord Two's mouth twitched slightly. Apparently, he was scared. However, after a while, this invincible god of war suddenly did something strange, making countless experts on the continent feel dizzy. The man's eyes sparkled with golden light as he scanned the countless cities below. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile as he said in a magnetic and deep voice, "Young ladies of the Flame Dragon Plain, how are you? I, the great Lord Shi Xiaofei, am here to save you on behalf of the divine world. Cheer up. Wow! Prince Charming, please save me. Oh God, the man I've been waiting for is finally here." Countless young ladies of the demon race and the human race screamed in surprise, their eyes burning with passion. All of them looked at the man in the sky as if they were possessed. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism as they screamed and screamed. This scene was like a group of young ladies being besieged by demons. When they were at their most helpless and despairing moment, a handsome and powerful knight suddenly descended. Then, show off. The God Lord Two and the countless god-rank experts on the continent cursed inwardly. This man was obviously from the divine world, and he was extremely powerful. He could travel thousands of miles with a single instant shift, but now he was riding a flying horse. The spatial ring in the divine world was the most ordinary thing, but he insisted on carrying a long spear. Wearing a full set of battle armor. Moreover, he was despicable enough to use a soul secret technique to tempt ordinary young ladies the moment he descended. However, this man had descended in such a domineering manner, and from his appearance, he seemed to be very arrogant. The continent's god-rank experts didn't dare to show any hostility or provocation. The God Lord Two's face darkened as he fell silent. Hence, the experts were puzzled. Why did this man suddenly descend on the Flame Dragon continent? Could it be for the divine sword? Harumph! A light snort came from the sky. This voice was so strange that besides the god-rank experts, no one could hear it. Hearing this voice, the continent's god-rank experts were a little bit relieved. Because they were so familiar with this voice. It was from the powerful woman in the dark castle. As soon as the handsome man riding the white horse heard this cold snort, his cold and ruthless aura changed. He waved his hand, retrieving the white horse's long spear and battle armor into his spatial ring. Then, he grinned and bowed, clasping his fists toward the north. Hee, big sister, don't be mad. I'm just playing. I'm coming. Then, his body flashed, disappearing from the god-demon palace. The continent's god-rank experts were astounded. This man called Lord Devour Big Sister? Moreover, this man changed his face so fast. He was an invincible god of war a moment ago, and now, he had turned into a humble clown in just a blink of an eye. However, everybody exhaled in relief. Luckily, it wasn't the pagan tribes that had descended. Otherwise, the continent wouldn't be able to bear another war in this troubled time. Chapter 420. On the rooftop of the dark castle. That incomparably handsome man teleported to the rooftop in an instant. His convenient horse trotted over with a mischievous smile. As he walked, he laughed and said, Sister. I haven't seen you for thousands of years, and you've become even more beautiful. No, you must have found some elixirs to preserve your looks. If you don't give me some, I'll be angry with you. Get lost. Stop being so glib. Do you think I won't slap you? Lord Devour put the book in his hand on the crystal table. His face was always cold, but at this moment, he beamed a warm smile. Although his words weren't polite, his tone had become tender. He pointed at the chair opposite him and gestured for the man to sit down. Sir, please have some tea. At this moment, Lord Joe, who was dressed in white, walked in from the entrance of the rooftop. He placed a cup of light blue tea on the table and bowed respectfully to the man. Nine-tailed celestial fox. Or a nine-tailed celestial fox that is about to transform. When the man saw Mistress Joe walk in, his eyes lit up and he couldn't tear his eyes away anymore. He stared at her closely and took the cup of tea that Mistress Joe handed over. Suddenly, his expression became incomparably solemn and he said seriously, Little fox, do you want to go to the realm of the gods? This material plane is lacking in spiritual energy. If you want to train to the energy-shaping realm, you will need at least a few hundred years. If you come with me, King E, I guarantee that you can do whatever you want on the Misty Continent. You will have all kinds of elixirs and elixirs. They can transform in 10 years, become a god king in 10,000 years, and even have the chance to become an honorable god emperor expert. The man's expression was impassioned. His expression was solemn, and his saliva flew in all directions. His words were extremely moving. If Yi Ching Han was here, he would have thought that he was in the insurance business and multi-level marketing business in his previous life. All right. Lord Devour didn't mind the man. He waved his hand, signaling Madame Joe to leave. Then, he scolded, You've harmed many girls in the divine world. You won't even let my people off. Xiao Fei, when can you change this bad habit of yours? Don't you think about how much trouble you've caused all these years? If not for me, you, a puny little god king, would have long been smacked to death several times. Look at what I'm saying. Am I that kind of person? I see that this little fox's innate talent is not bad, so I want to nurture her. As soon as Madame Joe left, the man resumed his cheerful countenance. However, when he saw Lord Devour's face darken, he shut his mouth and changed the topic. Of course, it's the same if you follow me. It's the same. Big sister, your tea is pretty good. TSK, even in the immortal realm, the blue heavenly dew is considered a top-grade divine tea. Out with it. Why did you spend 1,000,000 godstones to teleport to me? Did he do that woman again? They're fighting at our doorstep. Lord Devour smiled, love sparkling in his eyes. He picked up the blue tea, sipped it, and said faintly. How could that be? Am I not missing my sister? I came to see sister, you're really something. It's been thousands of years and you still haven't come back to see me. The man's expression instantly became incomparably bitter. His pair of beautiful eyes shone with a pitiful light, making people unable to help but feel sorry for him. If you don't get to the point, do you believe that I won't slap you? Lord Devour didn't even look at him as he continued to drink his tea. Org. You win. I have 3 things to tell you. The man didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He immediately sat up and spoke with a serious face. First, you need to send me a message. Tell me that you found the 1 billion-year-old soul ginseng. I'll bring it to you. Second, in 10 years, the next Palace Masters Challenge will begin. This time, 5 emperor gods are eyeing our soul-devouring palace. They've sworn to take us down. Second brother wants you to go there. Third, I've finally broken through to the second sky of King God realm. I'm here to tell you the good news. Sister, do I get a reward? Then, the man wiped his hand, and a long, black jade box appeared in his hand. He respectfully placed the box on the table, smiling at Lord Devour as if he was waiting for Lord Devour's compliment and reward. Harumph. 5 emperor gods are here to challenge us. Do they think that our soul-devouring palace is easy to bully? Lord Devour didn't even glance at the jade box on the table, nor did he look at the man's charming face. Quite the contrary, his face was cold as he snorted. Following his snort, the chilling aura on the rooftop became more oppressive. At this moment, even the wind stopped blowing. Keeping silent for a while, her face recovered a little bit. She continued, "How strong are they? Did you find out? 2 at the peak of level 5, 2 at level 6, and 1 is close to level 7. As the man saw Lord Devour was enraged, he didn't dare to pretend anymore. Close to level 7. It's okay. You should go back first. After 10 years, I'll go there." Lord Devour waved his hand, then picked up the black jade box on the table to check it. The man's face changed again. He frowned and stood up, his face embarrassed as he looked at Lord Devour. "Anything else?" Lord Devour lifted his head, glancing at the man as if to tell him to get out of here. "Sister, I've finally broken through to the second sky. Why don't you reward me?" said the man grudgingly. However, when he saw Lord Devour's cold face, he didn't dare to talk nonsense. His face became pitiful as he hesitated for a while. "All right, I know I can't hide it from you, sis. Actually, there's a fourth thing. I accidentally slept with the daughter of the Golden Dragon Palace's second palace master, Ao Tian. Ao Tian said that he wanted to kill me. Second brother said that he wouldn't care. I can only come to you. Sister, you won't let me die, right?" Paw. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew and struck the man's chest. Under the impact of the gust of wind, the man was sent flying several thousand kilometers away before he stabilized himself. His face was pale and he almost coughed up blood. Swoosh! A black box shot out from the rooftop as fast as lightning, aiming at the man. When the man saw the black box, he was overjoyed. He quickly reached out and caught it. He knelt down on one knee and said with a cheeky smile, "Sister, you love me the most. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Bring this to ask for Ao Tian's hand in marriage. Tell him that I owe him a favor. Xiao Fei, don't say that I'm cruel. This is the last time. If there's a next time, kill yourself. Get lost." A cold voice came. The man smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. He soared into the sky, took out a huge millstone-like object, and threw it into the air. Then, the millstone-like object shot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the firmament. The man stepped on the millstone-like object and waved at the castle. With a flash, the millstone-like object and the man disappeared instantly. Sigh, Lord. Look, even a 5th-grade war god dares to provoke our soul-devourer manner. A deep sigh came from the dark castle. Then, it became silent again. The dazzling light above the dark forest attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon Continent's god-level experts. When Divine Master 2 saw the light, he fell into deep thought. Then, he laughed wildly again and walked into the study. The god-level experts of the 3 mansions and 1 island looked at the northern forest with envy and helplessness. Comparisons were odious. Others could travel freely between the divine realm and the continent, but they could only be trapped in this dead pond forever, waiting to be toyed to death by that perverted baldy in the divine city. Chapter 421. On the third day after that man's arrival, a special guest came to the Purple Island. It was a nine-tailed fox in a white dress. The 9 lords teleported outside the Purple Island and locked their divine senses on the small valley. Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, was startled. Just as he was about to ask Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu to enter the unfettered pavilion, Madame Zhou's voice rang in his ears. He smiled and stood up. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu looked at Elder Lu doubtfully but didn't say anything. Xiao He was sleeping soundly on the roof. Swish! A moment later, a white figure flashed over. Elder Lu laughed and sent a voice transmission to Xiao He to wake him up. Then, he went out to welcome the 9 lords. Elder Lu, long time no see. Greetings to the 2 beauties. Greetings to Xiao He. Madame Zhou's posture and demeanor were incomparably elegant even when she was sprinting. She stood in front of the small courtyard and greeted the 3 people and Xiao He, who was woken up. Greetings to you, Madame Zhou. Elder Lu smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Yu Qingqing, who was beside him, had seen this mysterious fox before. This 9th lord had even saved her life. She quickly pulled Yi Qingyu, who had a curious look on her face, to bow and greet her. He. Xiao He had a good impression of Madame Zhou. He jumped onto Yi Qingyu's shoulder and stood up straight. He curled his lips and called out to her as a greeting. Does Madame Zhou have any orders? Elder Lu asked after greeting her. He knew that Madame Zhou wouldn't leave the dark castle for no reason. She must have come with Lord Devour's order. He was looking forward to it. Could it be that Lord Devour was going to help Yi Qinghan? No orders. Madame Zhou seemed to have guessed what Elder Lu was thinking. She shook her head slightly and took out an ancient jade box from her bosom. She handed it to Xiao He and said, Madame Zhou only asked me to give this to Xiao He. He. Xiao He grabbed the jade box with interest and opened it. Elder Lu and the rest also looked over curiously. However, he discovered that there was only a bronze necklace in the jade box. This necklace was very ordinary. There was no brilliance or anything special about it. It was just like a small accessory sold on a carpet. GG. Xiao He stretched out a claw and dangled the necklace on his claw. He waved it up and down as he called out to Lord Zhou in confusion. It seemed that it didn't understand why Lord Devour would give it such a broken necklace. Don't ask me. Milord didn't say anything. He only asked me to send something over. Xiao He, take it with you. Madame Zhou smiled and spread her paws, indicating that she had no idea. Let me help you put it on. Yi Qingyu looked at Xiao He's cute movements and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She reached out to take the necklace from Xiao He's hand and put it around his neck. Buzz! At this moment, the necklace suddenly glowed with a gentle light. Eventually, it disappeared on Xiao He's neck. Elder Lu, Yi Qingyu, and Yu Qingqing were even more confused. What kind of magical treasure was that? Why did it disappear so suddenly? GG. Xiao He twisted his body but didn't feel any discomfort. He didn't find anything special either. It was as if he wasn't wearing it at all. He called out to Lord Zhou twice, his eyes filled with doubt. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. However, since Milord wants to do this, she must have some business. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Madame Zhou bowed slightly and walked away gracefully. She dashed out of the Purple Island and disappeared into the dense purple forest. F***CKU, Second Master. When will this day come to an end? Yi Qinghan was lying flat on his back in the training room. His eyes were tightly shut and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. Half a year. He also didn't know what was happening outside. He just wanted to know if he would go crazy if he continued like this. He couldn't remember how many times he had fainted and how many times he had experienced that heart-wrenching pain. He only remembered that as time passed, his spiritual sense was getting closer and closer to that woman. However, the pain lasted longer and longer. He didn't know if he could continue to endure it. He believed that if it wasn't him, no one on the mainland would be able to endure this pain. Indeed, without a soul ring, anyone would die from convulsions in pain. Without Yi Qinghan's thick nerves and the ability to endure this kind of pain, anyone would go crazy. In the past few years, Yi Qinghan had endured the pain of his meridians bursting, then the pain of his dantian bursting. He had also been beaten by Elder Lu on the God-slaying mountain for a year. Not long ago, he had been beaten for a long time in order to feel the fluctuations in space. The countless painful experiences had made his nerves extremely strong, and his ability to endure pain had also become extremely strong. However, these were not enough. Yi Qinghan knew that if it were 4 or 5 years ago, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Even if he did, he would have become a madman. After Yi Ruoshui's death, he had gone into seclusion for 3 years. His strength had increased bit by bit, but it had made his mind incomparably mature and tenacious. He knew very well that if it weren't for the 3 years of tempering his mind, he would have long given up under such pain. When the heavens bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will surely afflict his will and tire his muscles and bones. No pains, no gains. In order to obtain much, one must first pay as much. Yi Qinghan repeated a few words of encouragement from his previous life over and over again. Screw your second master, Soul Emperor. If this young master pays so much only to find that you're the one deceiving me, then I'll screw your first master and second master. After a while, Yi Qinghan jumped up, raised his middle finger, and cursed fiercely. Then, he sat cross-legged and continued to spread his spiritual sense above his head. He continued to try to get closer to that naked woman. Half a day after Lord Jiu left, Elder Lu opened his eyes in astonishment. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu and said, "You two little girls, you can go back to the carefree pavilion first. Our Lord is here. I'll go and entertain him." Lord. Divine Lord. Yu Qingqing's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, which immediately turned into fear. She said worriedly, "Should we send a voice transmission to Qinghan and ask him to cancel this transportation door?" Yu Qingqing remembered that God had used his Lord's will to lock this golden door in the sky above the hidden city. He had used his blue flames and had almost been refined by this door. In the end, it had caused Yi Ruoshui to self-destruct. There's no need. Elder Lu stood up and looked to the west proudly. With a shake of his hand, a black iron rod appeared out of thin air in his hand. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. He said coldly, "Let's not talk about the fact